Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 16th, 2023 meeting of the Boulder City Council. And if we could start with a call to order, please, Alicia.
Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you, sir.
Oh.
All right, great. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and start this roll call tonight with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkers.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Councilmember Wallach is absent. Councilmember Weiner.
Here.
And Councilmember Yates.
Right here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much, Alicia. And as we get started, two important matters to attend to. One is I would just like to ask Council's permission, with Mayor Pro Tem Wallach being absent, if Nicole Spear, who is sitting to my right, if she could be the person to take over if I need to run and grab a snack or anything. Is that all right with folks? So show of hands, yep. Okay, you're the Mayor Pro Tem. And also, very importantly, I'm going to turn to Councilmember Benjamin for our dad joke of the evening.
All right. So hopefully everyone's feeling well out there. What do you call a pony with a sore throat? A little horse.
All right. And on that note, we can move into open comment. So if we could get the public participation guidelines and slides going, please, before we hear from our speakers.
Thank you. I know we have those slides coming up, and my name is Ryan Hanchin. I serve our Boulder community as Community Engagement Manager, and appreciate each of you for being here this evening. We want to be sure to share that the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision does support physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. Please see the link here on your screen for more information. And we'll look at the next slide, please. Wanting to share a few examples of rules of decorum. These are found within the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. Each of these will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. And currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. And in-person participants are asked to refrain from expressing support or disagreement verbally or with applause, with the exception of council declarations. Traditionally, support is shown silently through American Sign Language applause or jazz hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, so we've got 6 in-person speakers and 1 virtual speaker. So each person will have 2 minutes to speak. And our first 3 speakers are Travis Cully, William Gretz, and Evan Ravitz. I thought open comment was always 2 minutes. So 2 minutes. Travis? If you can speak into that mic, please.
Good evening, Council. I'm winging it just a little. Aristotle says, to accept persuasive speech from a skilled mathematician appears comparable to demanding demonstrations from a skilled rhetorician. Today, I'm going to try and accomplish that. Good evening, Council. Thank you, Tara Weiner, first, for sticking with the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council Committee assignment. I have to commend your careful negotiating tact. Because of your unwillingness to serve on this board face-to-face, a victory has been won for transparency, social, and environmental justice. As you know, this meeting has enjoyed virtual privacy since its inception. Recently, Executive Director David Abelson boasted 144 unique private interactions since February of 2006. That's 17 years. 144 unique interactions. The last meeting had over 45 people. I look to see more attendance at these meetings. For the record, Ms. Weiner, your separate oath of office with David Abelson, LLC, does not prevent you from making conscientious decisions on behalf of your constituents in Boulder. Why? Because when there is a train derailment coming out of Golden, Colorado, when there's a train derailment coming out of Golden, Colorado on the Zephyr line, it will not be the DOE who will say the air is safe to breathe. It will be the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. It will deny any relationship with the Marshall Fire because it doesn't want to be tied to its cause. And when Lisa Cutter's bill to unite state fire protocols comes to a vote, the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council will decry this movement. Mark my words, we need a wildlife resistancy code board. Thank you. Wildfire
Thank you,
resistancy
Travis.
Code board.
Next speakers are William Gretz, Evan Ravitz, and Robert Toney. Do we have William Gretz in the house? Doesn't seem like it, so moving on to Evan Ravitz. Evan's in the house.
Evan Ravitz, North Boulder. Weeks ago, former state representative Jonathan Singer spoke here in his new job for the Chamber of Commerce, saying the chamber wanted to work with the city for more affordable housing. Before posing as our pal, the chamber should fix what it broke. Former city manager Jane Brodigam admitted at a 2020 council meeting that she worked behind council's back to obtain so-called opportunity zone status for East Boulder, part of the Trump tax cuts for the wealthy. This will speed gentrification and reduce affordable housing. Emails obtained through the Colorado Open Records Act show the chamber worked secretly with city staff to make this happen. Chamber President John Taylor, who participated in the incriminating emails, was on KGNU radio on October 7th, and I questioned him on this. He pretended that the Opportunity Zone would reduce housing costs. This is laughable, and City Council's laudable effort to mitigate and delay the damage proves it. The Chamber corrupted our democratic process to increase investor profits at the expense of the rest of us, and its president and CEO lied publicly about its intentions and effects. It should apologize and try to get Congress to repeal the legislation or to start a fund to subsidize rent in the gentrifying area. That's what the chamber should be doing, not a charm offensive to cover up what it did. And the new city manager shouldn't be partying with the chamber that corrupted the old city manager, as the camera reported she did, to celebrate railroading the CU South annexation as an emergency ordinance. Another fraud on the citizens.
Thanks, Evan. I have Robert Toney, Michelle Rodriguez, and Rebecca Davies, and then I do hear that William Gretz will be able to participate virtually, so we'll get to him a little bit later. So, Robert.
Hi there. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I love the Flatirons. I've been hiking in the Flatirons for about 15 years, and it's really true that nature can transform you. Any heaviness on you can disappear, especially when you're back there. About 2 years ago, I started noticing the proliferation of signs of every type going up every place on the trails in the Flatirons, so much so that now 2 years later I'm here only because this might sound a bit ridiculous, but the incredible place that just the nature, being back in nature would take me to, I cannot get there anymore. It's just one sign after another. What was a trailhead that was this high and this wide is now this high and this wide, and signs that were this big are now this big, and now there's more signs, and all you do is in the split rail barriers are just every place, and it's just it's ridiculous. It's out of control. I can't get to my happy place, and I just feel like the open space for roughly, 120 years, the philosophy has been leave it alone, leave it natural. And over the last 2 years, day after day after day, there's just more human, I'll call it development, I guess. And it's kind of prevents, I think, people who are truly like nature people who really connect when we're out there, which I'm sure a lot of us are. I think that's why we live here. I mean, look at our symbols. That everything is the Flatirons. And it's so sad. I mean, for me, it's actually heartbreaking. I hope we can get rid of some of the signs. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Sure. Now we have Michelle Rodriguez and Rebecca Davies.
Hi guys, back again. I thought I had 3 minutes, so I'm down to 2. First off, I wanted to thank you guys for not pushing through a new police monitor on a whim, and let you guys know that I am Rodriguez versus Lolatai, AKA, also known as, and my federal case was presented to Joseph Lopari the week before he announced that he was leaving. For some reason, I questioned his quick exit on that. I believe I'm one of the ones that was never investigated also. In addition, I wanted to talk about a second subject, the day center that you guys are talking about opening. I have personal interest in that. I am a lived experience member. I was a member of the coordinated entry. I lived on the streets here in Boulder for approximately 3 years. I'm now 5 years into housing. I still go to Feet Forward and with Jennifer. As I know her from then, I know her now. I feel like anybody less than Feet Forward or somebody with lived experience to run that day center is going to be shorting the city. I don't know anybody else that's stood up for it, but the people that are out here that have lived experience are the people that are going to be able to successfully run something like that Boulder so desperately needs right now. I'm ashamed to say that I couldn't even get up and find words at this year's memorial for our homeless. I stood there in silence. I'm disgusted to where it's come to be. I'm disgusted to how it's being handled. I know for a fact that the one person that was put in charge, Kurt, I guess, or whoever the powers that be, didn't open that day shelter for this last storm that just happened in the last 24 hours until last night. So those people were out there in the prime part of that storm. I know that I commend the council and the city for hustling on that first Arctic blast that came through and pushing through for whatever it took to get that other center open. But thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Rebecca Davies.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Davies, and I'm a member of TAB. I'm here to tell you about my college friend, Gelsey Carl Cannon. Gelsey moved to Denver soon after graduation and was riding her bike one day in the Cherry Creek neighborhood. She was approaching an intersection when her bike hit a curb and slipped into the roadway into traffic. The driver of the truck that hit her never saw her, but their statement in the police report reads, quote, "The light had just turned green and I started to go, and then I heard a female screaming." I'm telling you this because I'm terrified the same thing will happen to someone else on the new, poorly designed bike lanes on North Broadway, particularly traveling in the northbound direction. I don't want to rehash how those lanes got there. You can read about that in the TAB minutes. Instead, I want to know what you, council and city manager, are going to do about this dangerous situation in the short term. What you could do with very little cost and effort is prohibit cars from parking on the northbound side of Broadway. When large cars park in those spots, the bike lane is too narrow, forcing people to swerve into traffic down a slanted curb that, when it's wet, will act like a slip and slide, shunting people onto a road that carries over 6,000 cars per day. If someone in this situation is lucky, they end up with a broken leg and a concussion. If they're unlucky, they end up like Gelsey, who died under that truck wheel 10 years ago from what doctors called complications of pelvic crush injury. If you are committed to Vision Zero and saving lives like Gelsey's, this should be a very easy call to make, to direct Community Vitality and the Transportation Department to prohibit parking on that section of Broadway until a safer design can be implemented, whenever that may be. Please take ownership of this situation, close the parking, and save a life. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Actually, if you could just 1 second, thanks for coming to us today. I know TAB had a meeting just this week at which you discussed that, but just want to clarify, are you representing a personal position or was it? Okay, great. But I appreciate you coming. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right, we have 2 virtual speakers. They are Lynn Siegel and William Gretz.
Speaking of that, what you really need to do in Boulder is get a shuttle, do something way east of town and have EV shuttles just coming in constantly. Shuttles then going up to the recreation areas. And, you know, this is the perfect example what the gal just said. Nobo, these expansions, the Millennium, 1,000 student bedrooms in there. 45 new micro units, 300 square feet per unit at 22nd and Pearl. So what does this mean to Boulder? Oh yes, it's covering the middle, the missing middle. But guess what? The price of the things, $1,700 to $2,600. That's without a parking space. And do you know what a parking space costs in Boulder? It costs $897 a month or $30 a day, according to Caged. So cutting off those parking spaces up on North Broadway, you know, that's a big deal, you know, because these are, the parking space is the god of Boulder. This development is going to have it such, you can have as many mechanisms as you want for getting people for mobility, getting people around. You can do that. But you know what? As you're driving up the population in this place, you're going to have the bike paths jam-packed with people. Like the guy talking about the Flatirons, the trails wider, $300 million deficit on the open space program. How are you going to pay for all of this? And especially with the people that are paying $350, $3,500 a month at a 300 square foot place in downtown Boulder, where they want to do nothing but get out of
but thank you for your testimony. Our last speaker would be William Gretz, but I understand he's not actually in the Zoom meeting. So, William, we're not seeing you. So I'm afraid that's it for our speakers. So thanks everyone for coming and speaking to us tonight and for sharing your thoughts. I'll turn to staff for any responses to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and as always, just thanking the public for their comments. I'll note that our Interim Director of Transportation and Mobility is not here today, but I do know that they had a meeting with TAB and are continuing to look at North Broadway, so happy to share an update at any point. And then I wanted to clarify, and I actually appreciate Mr. Rabbits' sending me the article that he was referring to. I want to clarify for community that it was a chamber event, a celebration of leadership that where the city and CU were jointly presented with an award. I would not characterize that with partying, but I certainly respect his characterization of it.
So, Neri, if I could just follow up from your first thing, because it would be good to learn more about the situation on the North Broadway reconstruction, and I know TAB had a pretty lengthy discussion about it this week, so would be interested, when possible, about getting an update on
We'd
what
be
next
happy to give
steps
you an
are.
update on that.
Okay, great, thank you. Any comments from council members? Rachel?
2 follow-ups. One, the Flatiron signage, I'd just be curious to know what we may be doing differently on open space. Could we maybe get an update on what's going on there, if anything?
I actually don't know as I sit here, but I'm happy to follow up with that.
Okay, thanks. And then also in keeping with the North Broadway bike lane, I actually went out a couple months ago with Mayor Brockett and toured the area and had some concerns and thoughts. And so I'm just wondering, will council have a chance to weigh in on that? Or what would a mechanism be for that if we wanted to?
I will say I'll talk to Natalie about that and then provide council with an update. And certainly, if there is more, then we can certainly schedule something if CAC or if council wants to learn more about that at a later date.
Any other council thoughts? Tara?
This is for Robert in regards to those signs. I also love the Flatirons, and prior to the new signs, I found the old signs confusing. Often they would just point up, which is the sky as far as I can tell. So I think the new signs are actually excellent, so I guess it depends on the way you look at it. I often, in the past, was walking around the Flatirons hiking, and everybody was, half the visitors were confused. They didn't even know where they were going, so I wound up actually helping a lot of people find their way. So in some sense, those signs, even though they're larger, are actually helping a lot of visitors, in my opinion. You actually, well, you could reach out to me personally.
But send us an email. Any other thoughts? All right, seeing none, I'll bring open comment to a close, that section of the meeting, and we can move to our consent agenda, please, Alicia.
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, sir. Our consent agenda is item number 3 on tonight's agenda, and it consists of items A through I.
Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Or a motion?
So moved.
We'll just
I'll just say it. I make a motion to pass the consent agenda.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. This will be a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. We'll start this roll call tonight with Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry. Spear.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
And Yates.
Yes.
Consent agenda items A through I are hereby passed unanimously.
Thanks so much. So if we could move to our first public hearing, please.
Thank you. Our public hearings are item 5 on tonight's agenda. 5A is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt Ordinance 8557, amending Section 6-2-3, growth and accumulation of weeds prohibited, 6-3-3, accumulation of trash, recyclables, and compostables prohibited, and 6-3-9, special trash service requirements on certain residential rental properties at certain times, BRC 1981, and this is to change the civil process for weeds and trash violations and establish a set fee schedule to accommodate the new civil process and setting forth related details.
Thank you, Alicia. Council, this is a continuation of a conversation we've been having for a while now, and it really started prior to my arriving at the city about what's happening primarily on the Hill, but as we've been looking at the issue, it really has some application citywide. As you'll recall, we came here last year and talked about sort of a timeline for broader changes as we were thinking about what are the variety of interventions we want. We want to both think about how to get more compliance, how to incentivize that, how to report out more transparently. And certainly the Hill Revitalization Group has been working tremendously on a variety of initiatives. This is, today, what we're going to be talking about is but one that staff is really putting forward as a way to really address what is currently only a criminal process, a criminal summons process, and really adding a civil administrative process to the toolbox that the city may have, really specifically around weeds and trash. It is but one of the topics that we will be discussing throughout the year. Staff is certainly working on additional things like increasing tools for tenant protections, increasing transparency and the data aspect of what we're doing, having more robust education, being able to see what violations have been issued for specific properties by the public, All of those are improvements that we hope to bring forward at some other point, and today really speaking specifically about adding a civil process to what is currently that criminal summons application. So with that, I will, now that everybody's settled, right, have I taken enough time? I will pass that on. We've had an amazing consultant working with us, and as you can imagine, this has been multidisciplinary, cross-departmental work. Amanda Nagel, who is with Unlocking Government, has been herding the city cats, if you will, as we have done that, and done a great job of facilitating the Hill Revitalization Working Group as well. So I will pass it on to her to introduce herself and kick us off.
Thank you so much, Maria. It's a pleasure, and thank you for the kind words. Mayor Brockett, members of City Council, it's really a privilege to come before you, not representing myself or my own company, but representing all of the work that's been done today by the Hill Revitalization Working Group. It really is a wonderful group of people who are willing to come together and sometimes argue and sometimes agree, but always in a collective, collaborative spirit of problem solving and trying to improve their neighborhood and their overall experience for all of the people that live there, work there, and visit there. It's also been a privilege to work with the city staff team that's come together. It's always great to see that cross-departmental effort so that all kinds of ideas are brought to the table and different solutions can be found.
See, Amanda, are we having some sound problems with her mic?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is that
Is it-
better? I hardly ever talk too softly. I don't see a green light. Should I lean in here? That's okay. It could be user error.
Oh, that sounds good.
Thank you. What a great support team. Thank
Wow,
you so much.
that was quick. Thanks, guys.
Should I repeat any of that or?
Maybe the two-sentence version.
Okay.
Just
It's been a privilege to work with all the many people involved.
great.
There's a whole army of effort behind myself on this project. The ordinance tonight, as you've heard, is one piece. Could we go to the first slide? Thank you. I'm sorry, can I do that myself? Oh, look at that.
We'd be happy to assist if you want.
Sorry, I wasn't prepared to run the machine. I would have practiced. There we go. How's that? Fantastic. Want to recognize I've been working with the Hill Revitalization Group only since August of 2021. The effort for that team has taken place, honestly, over decades under different names and different processes, but really heavy since the beginning of 2021. You can see there in the Venn diagram, you've seen that before, but that's an opportunity to identify how much had been done prior to the work plan that I'm going to address tonight, both by individual participants in the Hill Revitalization Working Group and then that cross-group effort that they so successfully do. In 2021, we identified the priorities moving forward for that point for that group, and they identified noise, trash, safety, and overall culture change. Admittedly, that last bullet is the hardest one to address directly, and I'd like to contend that everything that we're doing will build into that. We're also hearing from students new concerns, additional concerns as new students join the group, and we'll be continuing to identify what that really means throughout 2023. Next slide. Oops, it's me again. There we go. Underneath the quality of life projects, you saw those the first time in July, and you saw an update very briefly September 1st attached to the daytime noise ordinance. We've completed several of those as a team. You can read those over on the left-hand side. The daytime noise ordinance came to you all. The other items were handled at the department organizational level. We did have some of you join us for the neighborhood safety walks. Thank you for doing that. And there's been some work items that have come out of those as well that you don't necessarily see listed here as a project. The data project over on the 2023 side is a continual project, and it feeds everything else that's being done. Throughout the year, you're going to continue to see the other items listed there, some of those coming to you directly, and some of those coming to you as an update for departmental work. Jen Riley is here, the Code Enforcement Unit Supervisor, and she's going to give us a bit more of an operations perspective of what this looks like tonight.
Thank you, Council, for having us here. Hopefully my mic works, yes?
There it is. How about now? Okay, there we go. Yeah. It's very awkward. So as Amanda said, my name is Jennifer Riley, and I'm the supervisor for our code enforcement unit within the police department. We actually heard directly from Amanda some feedback from that Hill Revitalization Group. We also get feedback continually from the community, from the people that we interact with through our daily jobs and through the students that we also interact with. We took a lot of what we heard and started evaluating our process to find out what we can do better and how we can change what we've done in the past to really serve the community in a really responsible way, not only with staff time, but also with city funds. Because when you waste staff time, it wastes city funds. So we started evaluating our process and found that the last piece of our enforcement step, after we've made contact, we've given a warning, we've worked with the resident, we've hopefully overcome any barriers they're experiencing, and there still is not compliance with the city health and safety codes, then it does go into the next and last step of enforcement, which is the summons that Naria mentioned at the beginning, which goes into our municipal court system. That process is very inefficient because it does have to be served in person, even to out-of-state owners, which we attempt through certified mailing, which you'll hear more about. And it's a strong failure point in the system, and it only makes one individual accountable for anything that's happening at that property, and it's whoever happens to answer the door, the agent, sometimes the owner. It's very inconsistent, so it's not as predictable or reliable as it should be. So we started looking at things we've done in the past that really improved this for us and found that the bear resistant container ordinance, the bear safe ordinance that was passed in 2013 or 14, had a civil component in that to address that last piece of enforcement. That is a very efficient process. It is tied to the property. It's ultimately the property that is collecting the escalation of repeat or chronic offenses. So as the tenancy turns over, it is still attached as a history at the property. Anything beyond that is between the landlord and the tenants directly through their leasing agreement on how any fines would be handled, similar to how utilities handles overdue or unpaid fees when a tenant leaves.
I got it. Can I do it for you?
Yes. So the two issues that we identified in the many ordinances that we enforce that this model would be great to start with is our weeds ordinance and our trash ordinance that is most commonly enforced upon or violated. As you can imagine, an unkept yard or an abandoned property that is not getting the landscaping mowed down dries out quite a bit during the summer months and becomes a fire hazard to not only that structure but surrounding structures. We do not take enforcement on bee habitats, xeriscaping, water saving yards, or native natural scaping that people choose to do. But we would take enforcement on the type of yards that you see displayed on the slide. Unkept yards, especially in corner lots, can prevent vehicle drivers from seeing pedestrians or cyclists. It also harbors rodents and debris collects within that and gets trapped and causes a real downgrade of the sense of safety and community throughout. The other one that we wanted to focus on is our trash ordinances. This applies to situations where you have an accumulation of trash. This is why we've specifically drawn out 633. As you can see displayed on the screen, these are a few examples of some of the type of things that we're talking about. This also harbors rodents and downgrades the health and safety of a neighborhood in the sense that there's broken glass, there's sometimes chemicals and other types of debris. This, as you can see in the bottom picture, can obstruct sidewalks or bike lanes and also becomes a hazard when we get our high Boulder winds and everything starts blowing around. When you have large collections of debris like this, it also encourages illegal dumping. So as you can imagine in August, I'm sure you get plenty of emails about the amount of move-in, move-out trash. And unfortunately, when things get left on a corner like this, it does become the responsibility of the adjacent property owner to remove that and pay those fees. So this is why we are focusing on these, because they're highly impactful to safety and wellness and a sense of security. And I will pass it back to Amanda.
Great, thank you. I'm going to walk you through a bit of the data study that's been done so far. I'd just like to give accolades to Tony Spencer, IT analyst, who's not able to be here this evening, who put all of this data together and has been leading the data side of all of our quality of life projects. Really phenomenal work that Tony has done for us. The study that was completed is a 2-year stagnant period. Part of the data project going forward will be to create ongoing internal dashboard for these items. A larger amount of items, but certainly including the ones that we're discussing tonight. So the study here does involve COVID era time frame, but what we have learned from being able to compare that to other years is that we really see an influx and deflux depending on bear activity in the numbers. So it doesn't necessarily seem that COVID was able to make an enormous impact to skew this data in any way. We really wanted to use this as a visual to show you the magnitude of the problem. While we're not talking about snow tonight, most of us kind of have a concept of how much snow there is and maybe how many violations the type of snow removal might bring. So we've included that here as a comparison between trash and weeds. You can see trash is about 1.5 times more than snow for the city. Excuse me, weeds being about 1/3 of the amount of snow, just to give you some sort of concept of how big of a problem is this. As far as how weed violations are distributed throughout the city, wanted to show you, you can see a side-by-side trash and weeds here. University Hill, certainly overrepresentation there for trash violations. Conversely, over on the right side, weeds violations are spread much more readily throughout the community. Those top items, for those who may not be able to see that well, South Boulder, Central Boulder, University Hill being the third, north, southeast, and then the University and Crossroads. So the two violations do look a little bit different as far as citywide distribution of where they occur. Just a visual to show you basically what you just saw on the last slide. This is trash and weeds together on the heat map. And you'll see that there's actually the concentration of yellow spread in several different parts of the city. It's not a University Hill only issue that we're addressing tonight. Although again, we do have more trash violations occurring in that neighborhood. One of the questions that has come up is this a rental issue or is this owner occupied and rental concern? And you'll see with weeds being the top bar graph there that it's almost 50-50, whether it's rental occupied or owner occupied. Trash, we certainly do see overrepresentation in those rental properties. Again, likely reflected in the map you've already seen with University Hill. Frequency of violations is quite interesting as well. The first violation that you see here, both for trash and weeds, is going to be the notice of violation that is posted essentially as a warning and or notification where occupants are given time to address the issue without any sort of current summons and potentially future citation. So they're given a time period to remedy the problem. Compliance is always the goal of the code enforcement unit, and you can see that it works very, very well with weeds. We don't see a lot of escalating fines, so even when you look at the fine schedule proposed later, I ask that you keep that visual in mind for weeds, that we're not seeing a lot of those citywide. On the trash side, we do see a little bit more of those, with the same properties being noticed for violation more than twice, which would mean they're more likely to receive actually now a summons. And Sandra Yanis is going to walk you through the specifics of the ordinance itself. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Amanda, and good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Sandra Yanis, Deputy City Attorney. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we came about this proposed ordinance, and it takes us back to looking at the bear-resistant containers required ordinance. So in 2014, City Council took action to address a public safety risk that also threatened Boulder's wildlife and passed Boulder Revised Code 6-3-12, bear-resistant containers required to secure trash from being accessed by bears. This ordinance included a civil penalty process for violations to be addressed swiftly and consistently. The civil process used in this code section allows the code enforcement unit to issue a civil citation, also known as a notice of agency action, and impose a fine for violations. Legally, these civil citations are considered properly served when they are posted at the property, sent through the mail, or emailed if that information is available. The civil citation method has proven to be an effective tool for the safety of the community and bears, and in utilizing the code enforcement unit's time more efficiently. This civil process still allows the recipient of a citation the opportunity for due process through a civil hearing if they disagree with the officer's findings in the citation. Requesting a hearing is easily accessed through the link listed on the citation or on the city webpage, which takes them to a short form. The Bear Trash Code also has a fine escalation schedule: $100 for a first offense, $250 for a second, and $500 for a third. Each August, the fine escalation is reset for all properties to avoid the situation where a new tenant moves into the property that has received prior violations. The civil citation process used with bear trash violations has been very successful in issuing warnings, citations when needed, and ultimately getting compliance. The proposed ordinance for weeds and trash mirrors the Bear Trash Code and is intended to bring the same efficiencies and compliance improvements. In addition, weeds and trash violations will follow the same consistent protocol in place for several years with bear trash violations by resetting the fines in August. The proposal to add the civil process to weeds and trash is not intended to replace the warnings given, nor the attempt to educate and gain voluntary compliance. Rather, it will allow the code enforcement unit to utilize the less cumbersome civil citation process when violations are not corrected. This change will also leave the criminal summons in place as an alternative option if violation is still ongoing or becomes chronic. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what we currently have in place. Currently, weeds and trash violations receive a warning, which is also known as a notice of violation, and a time frame in which to remedy the violation. If the violation is not remedied, the violator is personally served with a criminal summons to appear in court. A municipal court criminal summons is subject to a maximum fine of $2,650 and/or 90 days jail. When the person appears in court, they can either plead guilty and pay a fine or set the matter for trial. The fine amount is up to the judge's discretion, but typically is $100 for a first offense. Criminal summons must be personally served and signed in order to be considered valid legal service and requires a court appearance. Currently, if no one is home, the code enforcement officer has to come back, sometimes several times on various days and times, to attempt to serve the summons. This results in inefficiencies and a significant amount of resources spent on one property due to multiple visits to the same location. While criminal summons may also be mailed to the owner, especially in cases of out-of-state owners, these mailings must be sent certified mail, return receipt, with restricted delivery to obtain the signature of the party named on the summons. If the mailing is signed by the party, and if the officer receives the signature card back from the post office prior to the court date, then the summons will be accepted by the court to proceed. Otherwise, it has to be dismissed. There has been a high failure rate of attempting to serve criminal summons through the mailing process. Lack of service leaves the enforcement process stalled with no accountability to the violating property. The sooner a corrective action is taken in relation to the occurrence of a violation, the more effective the correction of the behavior can be. The delayed time frame between when a violation occurs and when a criminal summons is issued can diminish the desired outcome of compliance. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what we're proposing here tonight. Ordinance 8557 is being presented to Council for two primary changes in process for the Code Enforcement Unit. The first is the addition of a civil citation process for weeds and trash violations, and secondly, it's the establishment of a set fine escalation schedule to accommodate the civil process. There are no substantive amendments being proposed to the weed and trash violations. Proposed Ordinance 8557 provides an additional method of enforcement for trash and weeds violations that is civil rather than criminal in nature. Violators will still receive a warning posted on the property and emailed to the owner or agent, and a time frame within which to remedy the violation. The warning notice contains the issuing officer's contact information should there be any questions on the action required. The individual may also contact the officer to discuss an extension of the time frame to correct the violation. However, if not remedied, they would receive a civil citation rather than a criminal summons. Similar to the Bear Trash Ordinance, the citation would be posted on the property to provide notice to the tenant and also emailed to the property owner and agent. The property owner agent is responsible for the citation, would not have to appear in court, but would resolve the matter by correcting the violation and paying the fine as appropriate. They would also retain the ability to contest the violation by requesting a hearing. If there is a financial situation that prevents them from paying, they have the ability to work with the court on a payment plan or fine alternative. The majority of community members will not see any economic change because the current typical fine imposed by a municipal judge for a first violation is $100. Chronic violators may see an increase in fine due to the escalation of fines if they receive multiple citations. Next slide. The second part is the fine escalation schedule. The proposed change to a civil citation process is needed because identifying repeat offenders under the current system has been problematic, particularly with houses containing multiple units and summonses being personally served to different tenants rather than one owner or landlord. This fine escalation schedule will allow the Code Enforcement Unit staff to improve the effectiveness of enforcement when a citation becomes necessary, improving the overall condition of neighborhoods. The proposed escalation of fines for repeated offenses can also correct the behaviors that are causing the violation, but currently repetitive criminal summons must be served to the same person, even within a single household, for this fine escalation to occur. Many of the properties that are cited have multiple tenants. This scenario creates challenges to holding repeat offenders accountable, delays the incident to consequence time frame, and may not result in the desired behavior, which further frustrates neighbors and adds to the negative cultural and aesthetic aspects of neighborhoods. Next slide. The current standard practice of resetting citation fines in August is intended to allow the fairest response to the high turnover of residents in some neighborhoods. This allows new residents at a property to start with a clean slate and builds a sense of understanding and trust with the landlords and property managers that are integrating new residents to the rules in their leases and the city's ordinances. The intent of the resetting policy is to avoid penalizing new tenants with escalated fines for the acts of previous tenants. This level of community engagement and cooperation is supported by all levels of city staff and has been vital to the successful application of the citation process since the beginning. This has worked well with the current Bear Trash Code, and if this ordinance is adopted, will be implemented with weeds and trash violations as well. The resetting procedure will be memorialized in an internal policy document known as General Order 242, governing the Code Enforcement Unit. Secondly, providing notices of violation, also known as warnings, are a current code enforcement standard practice. The specified correction period varies depending on the factual circumstances of the violation and is determined by code enforcement on a case-by-case basis. This procedure will also be included in General Order 242. Also, the addition of the email notification should improve the owners and property managers with the ability to respond in a timely manner, and notices are still posted on the door for tenants. Emailing of both a warning and a civil citation of administrative action began on February 1st of this year. This is being manually emailed by the issuing officer, independent of the current capability of the records management system. Code enforcement is committed to continually improving its service to the community and agree that emailed notices are in line with this commitment. Lastly, the rental licensing database is a vital record for communicating with property owners and agents. Keeping the license and county property data up to date as changes occur is crucial to timely notification and a proper property owner's responsibility. The city has made this process easily accessible. The Code Enforcement Unit consists of 4 officers, a working supervisor, and a part-time administrative assistant, shared with Animal Protection. This team enforces exterior nuisance violations across the city. Due to these finite resources and community members' requests for more active patrols and enforcement, the team has looked to process improvement strategies to obtain greater efficiencies. Simultaneously, trash and weeds and the corresponding need for proactive enforcement has been identified by the Hill Revitalization Working Group as both an issue and a viable solution to improve aesthetics, health and safety, and build toward a more positive neighborhood culture on the University Hill neighborhood. These issues also impact other neighborhoods such as Martin Acres and Goss Grove. The proposed ordinance applies citywide. Why is enforcement of weeds and trash important? The Boulder Police Code Enforcement Unit actively patrols for and responds to complaints of unsecured and accumulated trash throughout the city. The effective storage and control of trash directly impacts the health and safety of the community. As mentioned earlier, trash is a wildlife attractant to animals such as bears, raccoons, skunks, and rats. Containing trash reduces human and wildlife conflicts. Accumulation of trash creates a nuisance to the community and degrades the safety and sense of security of residents. In addition, the regulation of the type and height of weeds and brush that are allowed in the city is necessary to protect the public health and safety and welfare and preserve neighborhood environments. At this time, I am going to hand off to Brenda Rittenauer, our Community Engagement Manager. Thank you.
Hello, and nice to see you in person, Council. I know I get to see you a lot on screen, so it's nice to stand here before you tonight. So we did do some targeted conversations with folks around this issue, as well as a Be Heard Boulder page that you should have received each and every response to in the memo and by hotline yesterday. And I just want to reiterate that while this was a priority issue identified by the Hill Revitalization Working Group, the actual work around what type of tool might help in this situation was decided and crafted by staff. We did take as one of our first conversations this ordinance draft to the Hill Revitalization Working Group out of respect for their deep engagement on many quality of life issues and the various perspectives that sit around that table that can give us a lot of different types of input in one meeting. And they asked a lot of helpful and insightful questions that we've included in attachment F to the agenda memorandum. Most of the group expressed support for these changes, with concerns expressed by the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association and CU Student Government. You have copies of both of those documents that they sent us in November in your memo as well as staff responses that were offered to those concerns. Also included in the memo are summaries of conversations with and the insightful questions asked by both the community connectors and residents and members of the Martin Acres Neighborhood Association Steering Committee. As you saw on the various visuals presented in the data, South Boulder was also identified as a hotspot for some of these issues, so we wanted to make sure to get those voices in the room too. And then the Be Heard Boulder page was open for everyone in the community. We received 63 responses from about 26 different neighborhoods by my count. I may have missed a few in going through there. But so certainly this was an issue of interest across the city, as it should be, since it will be enforced that way. I just wanted to highlight some of the support that we heard for positive impacts on neighborhoods. Such as saving officers time. People recognize the value of that. Cleaner spaces overall, help with the overflowing dumpsters that people experience, increased landlord accountability, reduction of noxious weeds, and an overall improvement of health and safety. We also heard a number of concerns on Be Heard Boulder that I wanted to highlight. Overreach of law enforcement. We know that that's always a concern when we start to look at our ordinances and how we enforce them. There was also a mirror concern of a potential lack of follow-through on enforcement. So folks are worried about both sides of that. There are folks that are concerned that reducing the consequence will actually lead to more violations instead of less. I apologize for the typo. That should be more violations. And we've heard about a concern about the lack of opportunity to dispute the charges. Currently, when you get to go to court, you get to stand up and tell your story. That's not something that happens with a citation process, although, as was mentioned, there will be information on that citation, allowing folks to call the courts and request that type of hearing. There's a concern for an unfair targeting of students, and on top of that, potential for creating negative relationships between the students and the city. And there's a fear of a concern about increased cost of living for renters due to the fines being passed on from the property owners and landlords to the renters. We do and have tried to make public and available to folks expressing those concerns that we have our community mediation department that does a lot of work on disputes between landlords and tenants, and it's always ready to help folks have those conversations if tenants feel like they're being treated unfairly under the agreement that they've made with their landlords. I did want to highlight that conversation with community connectors and residents. It was something that I instigated with that group because we did realize there may be some concern over a new type of fine, particularly a fine escalation that had not existed in the past. So with that in mind, I went to visit that team and talked with them about it and had talked with the courts and with Jen Riley before I went to visit them to make sure that that citation would include the court information and make it very clear that folks could have the opportunity to walk in front of a judge and tell their story or potentially discuss that fine with the courts before they were required to pay it. So that was helpful information for that group who did raise that concern. And so they did not feel like there was too much concern around that, given that that information would be easily available. Instead, we focused on some other topics in that conversation. They too were concerned that violations would go up with the reduction of consequence going from criminal to civil. So we talked a bit around that. They also really encourage holding property owners responsible. They wanted to make sure that this wouldn't land only on tenants, but would support property owners being a partner in this situation. And they really wanted to talk about a robust education program around all of our zero waste commitments in Boulder, talking about maybe if there's less trash, then maybe trash is less of an issue. And also concerns echoed by many people in the community about the large item dumping that happens at our intense move-in and move-out times, and suggested that the city place dumpsters in some of those hotspots to help out with those tenants or those property owners that end up responsible for those items that are not theirs. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I think this is the time where we all open it up for your questions.
Well, thanks so much to all of you for that very clear and informative presentation. Really appreciate that. So, council questions for staff before we go to the public hearing. Chair.
I have a clarification question. It says proposed ordinance 8557 provides an additional method of enforcement for trash and weeds violations. Additional method meaning you're not completely taking away the criminal. So do you mind just explaining to me one more time in case I missed it, at what point it goes from civil to criminal? At what point in the repeat offender world?
I'm happy to answer your question, Counselor. So it's really up to the officer to decide whether to use the civil process or the criminal process. I think that the officer has discretion and would more than likely use the criminal citation method for a more egregious circumstance, but I will let Officer Riley speak to that.
So she is correct. A summons would be used if we had something that was very egregious or impacted public safety in a extreme manner, or for a property that had received multiple citations and had proven that that method was not effective to correct behavior, then it would go back into the summons, into municipal court with a judge appearance.
Other questions? I'll call on myself. Oh, here, got Judy.
Sorry about how I'm like, okay, sorry.
That's all right.
So, as you mentioned tonight, you're just looking at the civil aspect, and the criminal penalties already exist, and that's not what we're revisiting today. I just want that to be clear, at least for me.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I'll call on myself and then go to Matt. So what about a situation, well, just first of all, to be clear, so we're going to continue to post notices, right, on the property. So the citation will go to the property owner, but notices will be posted as well. So let's say that a tenant at a property sees the notice posted, looks at it and says, oh, well, that's in error because of whatever factor. Or let's say they see and they say, oh, gosh, this is a second offense, $250. That's a real hardship for me. And so I don't want to pay this right now out of a potential hardship. But the citation has gone to the property owner separately. So how would the tenant in this situation kind of work with the property owner or with the city to either correct the violation if it was an error, or to make sure that they didn't have to pay a fine that they couldn't afford?
So the way that we address those kind of situations, if the party that's receiving the violation, let's say your tenant in your example, does not agree with the findings of the officer, they feel that there's been an error made, because we are not infallible, they can contact the officer because their number and their email address is on the notice that was left, and also the one that was mailed and emailed. So any of those three parties could intervene during the correction period to say, hey, I don't agree with this. And if a citation had been issued, both the owner, agent, and tenant can file an appeal with the court to stop that fine and say, no, I want a chance to say I have a hardship. The court does have a built-in process for financial hardships, and the tenant is just as able to file that appeal as the owner or the agent would be.
Great. That's great to understand. What if the property owner paid the fine while that was still being worked through?
Yes. So we have that happen occasionally. We will have one that pays it right away, and it does say very clearly on the citation, if you are going to appeal, do not pay the fine. We'll let the judge decide if they're going to reduce it or do payment plans or something. But sometimes that crossover happens. When you get a bill, you pay it type thing. And we can actually refund that payment or stop payment depending on the mechanism that they use to pay that fine. So if a landlord paid a $100 citation, the tenant appealed it to the court, and we received documentation from the court, the disposition of it, let's say it was dismissed or reduced, that fine would be fully refunded and then reissued in the proper amount, or dismissed entirely, and then it would be handled that way.
Great. That's really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Nori, this may be a question for you. So as part of the budget that we passed for 2023, I believe we did include some additional trash service options centered around move-in and move-out. Do I remember that correctly?
You do, and I think that that is part of the continued work this team is going to do. We also added an FTE in PNDS to continue to help us think about code enforcement generally and compliance, as we also partner with PD about the issue. But we really will continue to be thinking about what are those timely, targeted efforts, particularly around move in and move out. We're also thinking, as part of the work group that was not part of the budget, about potential incentives. When I take my city manager hat off and put my former regulatory hat on, I'll say that some of the things, such as whether or not we can provide discounts with local hardware stores for cleaning supplies, that could incentivize property managers to join us when those move in, move out dates are there, or things like that are things that we're thinking as well. So we will continue to bring package of reform as they are set.
Great. But we are bringing some additional city resources to bear on the issues of trash collection in general.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Matt? And then Lauren?
Thanks, Aaron. This first question is for Sandra, and it kind of has to do with I think in the current criminal proceeding that this goes under. I believe that there's an opportunity for at least CU students to plea with the judge or the court to sidestep the fine and go through the CU's restorative justice program. Is that correct?
That would be up to the judge to decide, but yes, that's an alternative option to a fine.
Was that thought of? Did we think about carrying that off ramp off for students with regards to our evolution to a civil penalty system? Did we want to? Was there any consideration of bringing that option forward as well?
I don't think that it would work, only because there's no court appearance required. And so unless the person were to reach out independently and request it, then that could be an option. Otherwise, it wouldn't.
You sort of led where I might want to ask a question later on in comments of, could that be an off-ramp perhaps on the initial maybe $100 summons? That tenant may have a choice to say, oh, hey, I don't want to pay the money. Can I ask and then request to move through CU's restorative justice system as a way of bypass and hopefully get some sort of societal and correctional behavior out of it? So in any event, but thanks for answering that question. Okay. The other question I have to have has to do with sort of with regards to annual reset, saying that it's memorialized sort of internally. Is there any issue with making that more forward and more upfront and in a forward environment, like on our website and stuff, so that people know that that's there and know that it's reset versus new tenants not knowing that it was or wasn't? And so I just want to make sure that it's not buried, so people don't quite know what's available to them or what their rights are.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There are definitely lots of different areas in which we could share that information. CU also does an incredible job in educating students in terms of what their obligations are to be good neighbors. And they have a landlord tenant toolkit online and all kinds of resources available. The city also has a lot of resources available related to tenant-landlord situations, and would certainly be another resource. But I think in addition to that, we could certainly put some information online related to weeds and trash specifically about that, and be able to carry that out and educate folks about it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll just add to that has been another topic we've been thinking about, and so confirming what Sandra is saying, that we've been thinking about how to do that in a way that is more user-friendly. Sometimes we talk a lot in code speak, and how do we make our website more accessible, more visual, more easy to understand, and I think that's one of the things that this improvement process will yield as well, so that is coming.
Thanks for that, Nuri. I mean, it maybe comes together with a larger sort of tenant rights kind of information package. I know that has its own connotations and context attached to it, but sort of thinking something in that ilk would be sort of helpful for everyone as a one-stop shop for everything they can need to know. So thank you for that.
There's one more thing I'd like to add, if you don't mind, and that is that there is a requirement for landlords to provide a disclosure statement, and in that they are required to provide information to tenants that they're signing a lease with related to the ordinances that are commonly issues for tenants. And so there's another opportunity for that education as well that's actually required by law.
And I'll just jump in and add that as part of the resources through the Community Mediation and Resolution Center, they do have a tenant rights handbook that's available online on our website. So that's definitely a place where we could include this education as well.
Okay. Lauren?
Thank you, Erin. Let's see. So currently, how many citations or incidents happen before there is a court summons? It sounded like that didn't typically happen on the first incident.
So to make sure I understand your question correctly, like how many times do we need to violate before you actually end up with a summons to court? Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that varies. The officer has discretion built in for a reason. Some are tremendously egregious violations that are public safety, so you could receive a summons immediately for those type of situations. However, our whole goal as a unit is to educate and gain compliance on an ongoing basis. So we do try and help all residents understand why the ordinance is in place, how that protects them personally as well as the community at large. So we do that first, and we do issue notice of violation with a period to correct. When an officer walks up to a property, they have no idea who lives there or what their particular circumstances are until they knock on the door and they start that conversation. So in the case of, let's say, an elderly widow that was living alone, that was having trouble keeping up on the property, we're going to issue a notice of violation. We're going to work with extensions in the Boulder County Cultivate program to try and get her connected with the resources that she would need. If she were to reviolate because those resources fell through, we wouldn't just go, well, you already got a warning, so now you get a ticket. So it has to be dynamic because there's so many different situations that the code officers come in contact with. So I can't give a definitive 1, 2, 3, now you have a summons, but we definitely strive for compliance and understanding because that has a long-term goal of ongoing compliance.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think I read somewhere that the ticketing, a ticket for an initial summons was typically around $100.
Mm-hmm.
What are the current fines for second or third offenses?
Well, this is the consistency that we're trying to build into the system because it's up to the discretion of the judge that they sit in front of. It could be $250, it could be $1,000, it could be a dismissal. It ends in a variety of different outcomes. So it's not really predictable.
Thank you. Junie, do you want to colloquy?
Yes. Thank you. That's a word I have hardly ever used. I'm sorry. How did you come up with the $2,650? At least for the maximum.
Yes, that's the maximum fine that's allowed by law.
Okay. Has the municipal judge been part of that conversation as well, since it seems that the fine is left to her discretion?
So in terms of the maximum fine that's set by statute, so the judge doesn't have discretion on the maximum fine. That's the same for all general offenses, not just weeds and trash.
Okay. I think what I heard from Lauren in her question when she asked you about the amount of the fine, right? Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that it is left to the discretion of the judge.
Correct.
So I'm wondering, has the municipal judge been part of that conversation as well?
We have not discussed fine escalation under the current process because it's an already set process. Okay. So as far as the civil hearings go and the escalation in the bear fines, that is set by ordinance as well and is working under the current system under a different model.
Okay. Going back to, or Nuri, did you want to add?
Well, if helpful, I wanted to give sort of some context to what we're seeing and to clarify, because I just want to say that the current maximum fine and or up to 90 days is in existing code. That is not a new thing. And then we did get some information from the municipal court on some of the appeals. This is not the universe of fines that have been issued, right? But in a 3-year period from the 1st of January of 2020 to February of 2023, I'll say that there were 28 appeals for trash overall, and 13 of those were dismissed or no action were taken or they're pending dismissal. 14 of those were in fact allotted fines. 7 of those 13 were $50 fines. 4 were between $100 and $130. 2 were between $150 and $165, and only 1 was $500 as we. So just if that is helpful for context, I wanted to provide that.
Lauren?
Thank you. I was also wondering what the current fines for snow removal are and first, second, third offenses.
So snow removal is not subject to the summons process. That's handled by a civil abatement process. Because snow is an immediate threat to life and safety for falls, we actually, under the ordinance, you get 1 notice per snow season. The ordinance dictates the season to be October 1st to May 31st. After receiving that 1 24-hour notice, should you be in violation again during that season, we send a contractor, which is hired by open bid process, and the fine or fees that we are charged for that abatement are billed back plus administrative fees to the property owner. So the snow is removed immediately. Well, when the contractor, it's usually within a day once we submit that to the contractor, and they bear the fine or fee for that.
Do you know typically how much that costs?
Depends on the time of year. As you can imagine, a spring snow is much easier to remove than a hard frozen sidewalk on the north side that's been traversed multiple times by pedestrians and now is rock ice. Those are a lot higher than the other ones, but I would say minimum to show up, it's about $185 for a basic abatement, and we've had some that go as high as $4,000. That was an extreme circumstance for a very large frozen area. And it wasn't a residence, it was commercial property.
Thank you. I know that we also, beyond sort of our weed ordinance, we also have site triangle requirements and visibility around driveways and streets. Do those have, I know of them through my work and making sure that there is that we're not intentionally planting things of the wrong height in those areas, but if someone were to plant something, what mechanism typically comes into play for how that situation is rectified?
So I'm going to pull one of those items out because it's not handled by my unit, so I don't want to misspeak as to how they handle it, and that's the site triangle. That's actually handled by right-of-way inspectors in the planning public works department. So they handle that one portion of that. The other ones that you speak of, we do handle. That's overhanging trees and shrubs and obstructing a sidewalk. So that is also handled under a civil abatement process where it's an immediate threat to public safety. And we always issue a notice with a time period to correct for overhanging. Even if we told you last spring that you have to cut the hedge and this spring you haven't cut the hedge yet, we're still going to give you that opportunity to correct it. And if it's not corrected, we hire the same contractor and in the same process as snow, they will come and cut the hedge or the tree or whatever's overhanging. We do try and work really specifically with owners or tenants about that to give them enough time because some hedges are tremendously big. Some trees are very sensitive and need to be cut at the proper time. So we do try and work within reason, still keeping the public safety and the need to keep those public walks open. But it is subject to the civil abatement process to remove the hazard because it's encroaching on the public area.
Thank you. I just have 2 more.
We're here all night. It's all right.
If a resident of a multifamily property is ticketed and then a second tenant who may or may not have any idea of the original citation, would they be ticketed with the second offense? Like, because they're both from the same property, would they have the increased fine?
So I'm going to make sure I understand your question correctly by rephrasing it back. So you're saying we have a property that, let's say, has 4 tenants in it, and the first tenant got cited with the first citation, and then the next time it's the other tenant. Would that escalation apply? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the citation goes to the property, not the tenant. So it is attached to the property. So depending on how that landlord has that lease written, it's going to be $100 for the first fine. Let's say it's accumulation of trash. And when we go again and they have the same issue and they have not corrected and we end up with a second citation, it's going to go to the property. And so that gets mailed and emailed to the property owner. There is notification left at the property that a notice of agency action has been issued to this property. This is how we handle bear trash currently, and we want to model that because it's been very successful. The tenant is aware that we're issuing a citation. The citation is issued to the property owner by tax record, and that is handled as far as who pays or how that gets paid between the leasing agreement that that owner has with that tenant or the 7, 6, 4, 3 tenants. Under our current summons process, if I cite the first tenant, they personally are liable for the violation and go to court. If I cite the other tenant the next time, they're personally liable for that violation and go to court. Depending on their history with the court, if it's their first citation or summons, I apologize, then it would be a first violation for John as well as Sally. And that's part of the problem with accountability and escalation under the current system. And the other 2 tenants didn't get cited at all.
So in the way that in the modified program, would a tenant be associated with the citation at all?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
It's attached to the property.
Other questions? Nicole?
Thanks so much for the presentation, and thanks everybody for bearing with us on our questions. I have a few as well. My first question is that this ordinance is going to go into effect at the same time as we're starting this email notification system change, and we've allocated, I think it was an additional $60,000 into additional trash pickup at the end of the semesters. So if something changes, how do we know what it is that created the change? So if we're seeing changes in trash and things like that, like there's 3 things that are happening at the same time, and do we have a way of knowing what's leading to any improvements?
I'm happy to take a first stab at that and see if others want to correct me. But I'll say, changing behaviors is generally not just one thing. We will continue to track it. The monies we have allocated are really, at least about additional trash containers, have really focused on move in, move out. But trash, frankly, accumulates all throughout the year, so we will be looking at differences there. And then actually tracking, and again, the data project will help us do that, tracking properties and seeing if we see behaviors. I'd like to think that the whole package of what we're trying to do, both increasing awareness, increase opportunities for people to know what's there, the improvements on a website, this particular ordinance change, all of it we're hoping is what really changes behavior. I don't know that it's one singular item as much as a package of improvements, and happy to have improved behavior no matter what causes it.
I would say as far as my piece in this for this particular ordinance, we would be able to track previous trends in repeat violations, communication with tenants, and really have they corrected being a chronic issue or not. Has the engagement with the emails improved the notification process for the landlords so they feel more responsive? We can track that as far as how the cases are trending and if we're seeing a different trend within that system.
Thank you. And then I was wondering, are the notices that are placed on doors, are those bilingual?
It has a link to a bilingual version.
Okay.
If someone were to call the department and say, I received something and I need help with it, we have multiple officers and resources that can help translate that for them or directly mail them their own specific language. Because we have a very diverse community and it's hard to know which language they're going to need until they identify that for us. The same as if someone had a financial need or a need for elderly services, we don't know until we knock on that door, and then we can assist them with that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that kind of leads into another question. That was a good colloquy, which is if you're getting rid of this sort of one-to-one contact.
We are not.
But so the notice of violation, I thought it was just going to be put on the door, and
that's if somebody doesn't answer.
Okay.
We still knock and try and engage, but if they're at school taking a test or a class, or if they're on vacation in Europe. Sometimes people don't answer the door, they're at work.
Sure.
So we don't want to keep going back and going back. So we do leave a notice. Our notices are designed to be very educational. So it does not only list the violation that we're citing there, but it has a variety of other violations. So they can be like, oh, I didn't even know that was an issue. So I'm glad I didn't get that one. And then the mailed version that follows that up to the landlord and tenant actually has the verbatim ordinance language, correction period, contact information, all of that as well.
Yeah, I think I heard you, it was in response to one of the other questions, just talking about how, having that in-person contact, where I think if it's a criminal summons, right, you're issuing, it has to be to a person. And so I guess I'm just wondering, how do you kind of find out what the things are that people are telling you? So it sounds like you're a resource a lot of times for folks that may not have even known, right, or are having issues getting to their weeds or getting to trash pickup or something. So I think it's just how are we helping people to eliminate some of those barriers that you might not know unless you're having a conversation with someone.
So the conversation around the summons is for service only. We are way past the point of having a conversation for correction or resources. So the slide that I asked to be put up is actually our code enforcement flow. So what happens when we get a complaint? So if you see at the top where it says complaint, and then you see that highlighted piece that says citation summons, all that process happens before that, unless it's an egregious or chronic violation, which means we've done this process during the first interaction at that property. So we are still knocking on the door, issuing a notice of violation, period to correct, trying to identify resources that are needed, giving them an opportunity, should they not be there and we post, that they can call us back, email us back, get online to Inquire Boulder and contact us there, or call our dispatch center or our office hotline, if you will, to let us know what that issue is so that we can get them connected. Or sometimes it's as easy as, I've hired a tree company, he can't be here till 2 weeks and I only have a week, can you please extend it? Absolutely, every time. We definitely want to work with people. So the summons conversation is saying, you're in violation of this, please sign here, this isn't an admission of guilt, this is a promise to appear at the court date listed above, and this is your opportunity to have due process, because we're at the end of the process. So a lot of that identifying and education and contact has already happened.
Yep, so it's happening earlier.
And we do not want to eliminate that. None of these changes are eliminating any of that. It's just a more effective end tool when it becomes necessary.
Yep, thank you. And then just a couple of questions to just help me understand about this ordinance. How will this help with the overflowing dumpsters? Because that to me, the connection's
That's
not
a
clear
thing.
there.
Yeah. So when you have an accumulation of trash currently under our system, we would give a notice, it's not corrected, we would see the violation continue, we would try and write a summons, which we've explained how difficult that can be. And if no one ever answers the door or returns the mail, we're stonewalled. Eventually the trash guy comes and takes it, right? And during certain time periods, that's why we have 6-day review, which is listed in the one that would be eligible for citation. So if someone has an overflowing dumpster for more than a day, because the trash is supposed to be coming the next day, that would be identified as not being signed up for your 6-day trash collection as required during those specified time frames. And we would be able to cite the owner for that, not signing up for that service and accepting those trash charges. And if they still didn't, then they would have an escalated fine of a second and then a third. So the whole point is to have the consequence match the behavior that's happening at the time instead of this service delay. And then hopefully the landlord goes, well, it's a lot more worth my time to pay the trash fee for the pickups instead of the 100, 250, and then 500.
Okay, thank you. And then it sounded like with the current court process, often people aren't getting fined more than $50 or $100, I mean, for the most part. So my question is just why the fines escalate? And yeah, so why are they kind of getting higher every time when kind of the maximum that we're currently charging people is lower?
That's, yeah. So part of the problem is the example that I gave with the tenant where we cited John the first time and Sally the next time, that's a first and then a first. And those are probably some of the dismissals that went into the CU student route instead of paying the fine, which has proven as a successful process, and we would like to bring over into our civil hearings and can have conversations with the court about that because they like that system as well. So I think part of it is the difficulty of the escalation being accountable to the person instead of the property. So that accounts for some of it. And there is an escalation in ordinance depending on which one we're citing. For example, 635 has an escalation, but we aren't bringing every ordinance to you at once. We want to bring the most egregious and the most impactful to public safety for this change, like we did with bears, refine the process, make sure we're getting the results that we want, and proving the success of it to add it to 635 at a later date and expand that ability to improve the service overall.
I'll just add too, I don't know if you were going to jump in, but I'll add, and maybe Amanda, you have that slide about the frequency that we'll note too, that we've been fortunate that most property managers are responsible. I want to really lift that up, that there's a lot of great landlords out there doing the great job. There are, with trash violations, a third that require repeat instances, and it is in those instances where you will still have notice, a first fine and a second fine. It allows for escalation because about a third of our properties require that, but we are always hopeful, and actually I think that is a really indicative sign of the responsibleness of our property managers in the city.
Thank you. And then the last question, how are dried out weeds different from like a dried out bush or a dried out native grass or something like that when it comes to fire hazards?
It's usually the amount of and the proximity to the structures. So that can be one of the biggest differences, especially on our vacant lots where you have a building that's been removed and there's no one there maintaining the property, and you have growth that has grown up through the wet rains and everything, and now it's completely dried, and you have cars going by or any sort of accelerant to kick that off. So, and then as you can see in the example photos where it's all against the entire structure, usually when people have native landscapings and things like that, they're not immediately up against the structure, and there's someone tending to those in a responsible manner. They're not abandoned or unkempt.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Great. Well, I appreciate how we've gotten into the weeds on this topic, but
I
maybe we
knew
can move to
someone
the
would
public
get it
hearing.
in.
All right. No trash talking now. So if we could go to the public hearing, if we're done with questions. We have 5 speakers, 2 in person and 3 virtual, so each one will have 3 minutes to speak. I think we've already heard our guidelines for public participation, so our first 2 speakers are Chase Cromwell and Quentin Fellows.
Good evening, Council. I'm Chase Cromwell, and you all know me. I work with CU Student Government. I'm here tonight hoping you'll reject these changes and ask all the stakeholders involved to work for a larger and more suitable solution. These changes have been presented at times as the way to solve long-term nuisance properties and create more property owner responsibility. From our perspective, that simply is not the case. I respectfully like to contend that these changes do not positively impact the culture problem we hear is so crucial when we're talking in the Hill Revitalization Working Group and when we're talking about the Hill environment. If we want to address residents who are creating safety, health, or other concerns to the community, we should look for a solution that actually engages with them, not just an administratively simpler way to issue fines. I'm not here to argue that students are blameless here, but we already know that engaging directly with students and showing them that we expect a little bit more from them virtually guarantees that behavior is corrected. Alcohol and disruption of quiet enjoyment tickets, which go through the university's restorative justice program as part of a plea bargain with municipal courts, result in a 2% or lower recidivism rate, depending on the year you look at the numbers. This process educates hundreds of students every year on the law, the issue at hand, and treats them with dignity. A fine does not guarantee any of these outcomes and further worsens the view that behavior on the Hill is a behavior to complain about, report, and police. Making these changes tonight represents presents a serious risk of worsening tenant-landlord relations, particularly for the larger and already predatory management organizations on the Hill. When a state patrol officer pulls you over for speeding or BPD gets you on a red light, unless you have a crazy track record, the entirety of that conversation is community engagement and an educational opportunity. Do you understand why that speed's dangerous? Do you realize how little time you have to react? Why didn't you stop? Why do we think this kind of an ordinance, one many residents have never thought about, is any different? These changes only further encourage a no-contact citation where tenants have zero chance to discuss the issue with a code enforcement officer. It is way harder to dispute these changes and these citations when the landlord is the one named and then paying the fine outright. It's sad that we as a community view it as our priority to amend code and police behavior instead of treating our student community, specifically our student community, as neighbors. These changes only make it easier to issue more citations in a day, and coming back to this code a dozen times in the next 2 years to make one small change after another only makes the entire process more confusing. And since I spoke a little bit faster than I intended, I do want to acknowledge and thank council and staff for moving these changes from the Thursday after finals to now, because there's no pressure to make these changes right now, and it makes it so much easier for all of us to just engage on it, so it means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Chase. Now we have Quentin Fellows.
All right. Good evening, Council. My name is Quinn. I'm a senior at CU Boulder as well and a part of student government. Tonight I want to advocate a little for the members in our community who are responsible tenants and may be harmed by these proposed changes if they go ahead. We heard a little bit about the process where landlords will be fined and then can refer to their tenants whether or not it will be disputed. However, we are aware that from the report issued by the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association in November, that a lot of the property managers here simply intend to pay the fine outright and then pass it on to their students. I'm sure in some cases they may consult with their tenants on how they'll go about disputing this or if the fine will be paid. But I also think that thinking practically, we can't expect that Boulder Property Management or 4-Star is going to seriously work with every single one of their tenants to try to fairly adjudicate the issue. We also know that on the Hill, it's not uncommon for passerby to litter or dump trash on properties that aren't their own. And I think that if these changes go ahead as proposed right now, it's almost certain that some people who, through no fault of their own, will end up paying more rent to their landlords to cover these fines. I'm not looking to say that there's no issue or to deny that we need policy change on how we handle weeds and trash in the community. However, before any changes are approved, I think we ought to look to find a solution that won't inadvertently cause unnecessary harm to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Quinn. We'll move to our remote speakers now, who are Kel Darnell, Lynn Siegel, and Steve Armstead.
I can't tell if I'm on or not.
You're on.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name is Kel Darnell, and I'm a Hill landlord. I'm also the president of the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association that our friend just spoke about. BARHA is a local trade association that represents over 1,400 rental units in Boulder. And before I go further, I'd like to thank Jen Riley for the great and informative presentation she made to our board about this topic. It is our understanding that the purpose of this ordinance is to implement process improvement strategies for code enforcement staff in order to help increase compliance among residents. In our many discussions, both in the Hill Working Group and with CU Student Government, the importance of members of the public knowing both the consequences of violations and fines and their rights in the process has been stressed. Our position on this issue is that adding fines that are easily administered without the benefit of personal contact, not assessing the positive change of the new notification system we have just implemented like 2 weeks ago, and placing the fine reset in an obscure internal document is not good public policy. The recent reinstatement of the email notification system for landlords should make a big difference in cases for weed and trash violations, and we would like a chance to see if that will improve the situation before you add additional fines for these types of violations. We have had less than 3 weeks to evaluate how that major change in communication will affect this issue. During that time, we have advised all of our members to update their online profiles with the City of Boulder in order to assure that they will get the notifications when they come. Therefore, we ask that the final vote on this proposal be postponed by 6 months in order to review the data. We echo the sentiments of CU student government regarding the placement of the fine reset in the Boulder Police Department General Order as opposed to the ordinance. We have not seen the proposed language, and we will not have any way to know when there are changes to this document. While it is important that this policy be written down, we would prefer it be included as part of an ordinance. Placing this information in an internal policy manual lacks transparency. How will the general public look this up? We urge you to vote no on this proposed ordinance, or at the very least postpone your decision for 6 months to see if email notifications are having the desired impact. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kel. Now we have Lynn Siegel and then Steve Armstead.
I think you ought to do a restorative justice program. I think you ought to have a working group, including students. I don't think that it's going to benefit anyone if you treat, bad behavior like the people are not, even like they're children. It's if you treat them like adults, maybe they'll behave like adults. And if they don't, then you go into really catastrophic, expensive reprimands, because guess what? They can't afford. They're at school. They can catch hell from their parents if their parents are footing the bill for their travesties, and that isn't ultimately the way you want it to work. They're young independents, and they need to work with restorative justice. Or maybe something like, if you put a fine for one person in the household, a really big fine, that person will police the others because they don't want the big fine, and it'll cause them to, work out the problem themselves. And I say, try it out. Restorative justice, it's a real concept. It's like Chase said, it really works well. And obviously, a lot of things aren't working over many, many years from the images of all this trash. It's just unbelievable. It's worse than the homeless problem. And then think about your policies. When you approve CU South making the problem worse, that's counterintuitive. Doesn't make sense. And I think if there's any way to reverse that decision on CU South, that might be the only saving grace of Boulder. And I think you need to have more minutes that you're going to listen to the public from on these hearings. You don't need 3 minutes as much as you need 3 minutes for all the issues coming down in the city. And especially today, you got away with murder. You got, 7 people at 2 minutes each. No, you got, it was a little more than that. It was 19 minutes. Well, historically, Aaron and everyone, I've been around doing this for 30 years. There's been 45 minutes of listening to the public. If you think you can solve all the city's problems yourself, go right ahead. Good luck with that, because it's not working. And this is an example of it. So I say, try things out. If it doesn't work, then you really slam on it.
Thank you, Lynn. Last speaker is Steve Armstead.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Steve Armstead, a pollinator conservation specialist with the Xerces Society, an international nonprofit dedicated to the conservation of invertebrates and pollinators. I live in Berthoud, Colorado, and support pollinator conservation work all along the Colorado Front Range. Xerces is a partner in the Cool Boulder campaign, focusing on natural climate solutions and collaborating on establishing native plant, biodiverse, and ecologically resilient pollinator habitats or pathways throughout the city. I'm speaking tonight to address an important related topic to your consideration of Ordinance 8557 and the need for staff and City Council to review the definitions and exemptions in the City Code that apply to the control of weeds. The current city code does not clarify that natural appearing native plantings, such as a native plant meadow or naturescape, are exempt from potential consideration of being a weed problem, and thus could be at odds with city code. The current code excludes plants in flower or vegetable gardens as being defined as weeds, though many native plantings may not take the form or be easily identified as a garden. The Xerces Society and other partner organizations involved in local efforts to promote and increase the extent and diversity of native plant habitats in Boulder are doing so based on increasing scientific understanding that urban landscapes can contribute to and support native pollinators and other beneficial wildlife, while also creating landscapes that are ecologically diverse and more resilient to the impacts of climate change. Additionally, as there continues to be increased focus about the water-saving benefits of replacing turf lawns and incentive programs that help to support conversions to other types of landscapes, hopefully this will result in even more native landscapes in Boulder. The conversion of turf lawns, which are very poor pollinator habitat, into landscapes that include native wildflowers, grasses, and shrubs will result in even greater improvement to the ecological vitality of Boulder's urban landscapes. The integration of more native plants and the lack of common knowledge about what native plants are makes it even more important to be careful about codified definitions and weed management specifications. In summary, as there is a very intentional and important shift in Boulder to move away from more traditional landscaping practices to integrate more ecologically diverse and climate resilient native landscapes, there should be a corresponding review and consideration of the city code around the definitions and requirements for weed management that may be needed to be more modified and aligned with to allow a more non-manicured landscape style. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Steve. And that concludes the public hearing, so I'll bring it to council for discussion. And maybe I'll just ask a real quick follow-up question based on the last testimony. We do already exempt natural plantings from weed enforcement, correct?
We do that on a procedural. So code enforcement definitely enforces both sides, the letter of the law as well as the spirit of the law. And the spirit of that weed ordinance is to keep unkempt and dangerous lawns under control. As I mentioned in the public hearing, we don't take enforcement on native landscapes, xeriscapes, bee habitats. We do trainings and directly coordinate with Rella Abernathy, who has counseled us very much on what the vision moving forward for that weed ordinance is. And I know she's currently looking at revising that to be more in line with what we're talking about today. But on a procedural basis, we do follow her guidance as well as city's philosophy and go with the spirit of that. And prosecutors, we have met with them and they are also supportive of that direction.
Okay, that's great to understand. Rilla is very, very good at this. So if you're consulting with her, I'm sure you're doing a phenomenal job.
I have to say, we asked her for a definition of weeds and it was 6 pages long.
I thought it was I know it if I see one, but that's right. Anyway, so who would like to kick off the council discussion? Matt, there you go. Sure.
First, thank you for this work. And for those that are listening who aren't in the room, thanks. I mean, this has been going on for years, if not a decade or more, the collaboration to sort of get to these points to bring people to the table and understand the issues at hand. So just a lot of gratitude to everyone that's worked to get us here. And so I think certainly the people in this room will get the credit for the work, but I think it's just the final stamp on a lot of labor over many years to get to this point. So I just want to make sure everyone's appreciated for all that work. I think for me right now, I think my place is I like where this is headed out of the municipal into civil. I think the structure is good. There's really just the two pieces that I sort of was asking my probing questions on that I like to see changed. I'd love to see restorative justice folded into this in a meaningful manner. And I think the right place for that is at that initial $100 summons where there's like, okay, there's a penalty to be had and you got a fork in the road. I either pay it or get compliance, and then I route through the restorative justice. And so hopefully, since it is going, there's a notice going to the owner as well, but if whatever's stuck to the door, if that can be crafted in a way that a tenant reading that, knowing they're a CU student, they know they have that option in that moment. They know that, oh, this is going to be a fine that's either going to be paid directly or trickle down to me through my landlord, or I can take proactive action and join in on the CU's restorative justice and then have that nullified and then act on that sort of changed behavior. I think we know the successes of that restorative justice program, and I would think it's really important that we make sure it's folded in here. And I think that's just a great place to do it, certainly right at the penalty phase. I'd love to hear what my colleagues think about that, and if there's some better alternatives, but I think that's a real key piece. And then really the other one was just lifting up that issue of the annual reset and just making sure that's front and foremost. I think that's a concern we heard from not just students, but also Barha. And I think that's an easy thing to just make sure it's front and forward so people have a really clear understanding of what's in front of them. In case there's a clerical error on our end too, right? If we mistakenly not reset and then all of a sudden the first thing shows up is $500, it'd be nice to know that they can quickly, easily see that there might have been an error in that, and know that that was something that wasn't reset. So those are sort of just my comments in general, but I love where we've gone to get to this place, and hopefully we have some good compliance and get that behavior right. And I think all of this, to Nuria's point earlier about the package of things that we're working on over 2023, will hopefully build a more resilient community on the Hill, but also build trust among neighbors. And so I'm really hopeful that we don't just look at this ordinance in a vacuum. We look at it as part of a complement of things that we're building towards over the next year. So great work to staff and the community that's been a part of this. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Other thoughts? Kind of volunteered. We're going to have to finish up. Rachel?
I just have a colloquy question for Matt on the restorative justice. What would it take to nail that piece in? Is that something that is just optional right now, or would we be looking at a third reading, or what would that look like?
I think that would require some coordination with the court, which I think that Judge Cook would be open to that. We've definitely used restorative justice for many years, and it has been a successful program. I don't want to speak for Judge Cook. I think she's actually available, so she might be able to speak to that. But it would involve some kind of just behind-the-scenes coordination, really.
So it would not require any change to the ordinance that we'd be voting on?
No, it would not.
Helpful to understand. Tara.
First, I want to thank Chase.
You can get into that mic, please.
Thanks for taking part in this.
Oh, you lost your mic.
Do I need a mic? Do I?
Yeah.
Thank you 3 times, Sarah.
3 times is a charm. I think Quinn did bring up a good point, and you know me, always worried about unintended consequences. So my question is let's say we pass this, and some landlords that, let's say, not the great ones, okay, decide that they are just going to pass, they're not even going to tell the tenants that there is any sort of a problem. They're just going to pay it. They're going to have a budget for this, let's say, and they're going to just pay it every time, and there's not going to be, and it's definitely, let's say it does get passed on to the tenants by raising the rent, just so that they can afford this. Is there anything that we can do when it comes to discussing like landlord leases, for example, and building something into the lease where they have to discuss the first, the initial citation before they pay that fine? I'm concerned about that.
So that potentially can go in the Boulder standardized lease or the disclosures statement. There would be a little bit of process to amend that. We are also posting notification to the resident directly at the property so they know that this action is happening. It's not in a vacuum where we send a really discreet little email over to someone and that's the end of it. We email the agent, the owner, if they have that on file. Even with emailing, we also mail it to their address records. We don't just rely on email. And that posting at the property, we do that with our bear ordinance currently. It does explain the fine escalation. We would be happy to add the reset to that, as well as information linking them directly into the appeal process, so that they don't have to rely on getting a copy of the citation from the landlord. We can certainly enhance that document to add those features, and a disclosure on that that's left at the property saying a owner, agent, and tenant are all available or eligible to appeal this citation.
One more question. So you said earlier, I think, that within the lease, you have to tell the tenant all about like the trash and what to do about their trash and such, correct?
Correct. It's called a disclosure statement, and by city ordinance, landlords are required to have that in their lease. It's very easy to find in the tenant section of the city website. I have a copy of it if anyone wants to take a look at it. And as you can see, it lists all of the nuisance violations throughout this document, what the code section is, what is required to comply, and at the end of that disclosure, the tenant is required to sign that they acknowledge these are the rules of the city that they need to live by. In this, we can enhance this document to add the reset, the fine escalation, and the ability to appeal under the description for the trash ordinances that it applies to.
Fun story. My daughter was on the Hill. She lived on the Hill with a bunch of friends, and during that bear ordinance change, the bear trash change, the bears were coming into the alley and they were knocking down the trash, and so they got their first complaint. They got their first complaint. They didn't know what to do. They cleaned up all the trash with their gloves. The bears came the next week and knocked it down again, and this time they had a fine. So they did not know what to do. Their trash cans were broken, and they didn't even know that they could call Western Disposal and get new for free. Get new cans. So for some reason, there's a disconnect between what the students are reading in their lease, I think, and what they know. So I have a question, and this is for student government. Is there a way for the Hill tenants to have more clarity when it comes to what they can do about trash besides just being in the lease, which I know personally I've never read my own lease, so I can imagine that students probably don't read the.
It's a lot of signings.
Yeah. So the most important thing is knowledge for the students, because most of them do want to keep their place clean. They just always don't know what to do. So I'm hoping we can go outside the box and really try to help.
I can say when we initiated that original process, which is why we're doing this, not everything at once. We learned a lot of lessons about notifying. They got a notice for a broken container. I'm sure of it. And on that notice of broken container, it says in the remedy to contact your waste hauler whose number is on your trash can to have this replaced free of charge. Or if you don't have that model and you're required to provide the container, that you need to replace the container, and here's like 4 links to resources to buy that container.
Right.
So
Thank you.
we
They
do
did that.
definitely.
They listened to you.
Yeah, good. It worked.
It did.
So we do try that education up front, as your daughter experienced with the notice and the information, and when it's not resolved and they repeat that behavior by not changing the circumstance that caused it, that's where the fine comes in.
Yeah. So thank you for this, because ultimately I don't think trash should be criminalized. So I appreciate the change over to civil. And I'm hoping that we can just work out the kinks, but I think this is the right direction.
I have to say code enforcement is very open to hearing feedback from you, from the community, from student council, from landlords. That's why I went to the directors meeting for BARA. I do apologize to student council for not interfacing. I honestly did not think of that because you were part of the Hill Revitalization group. So I kind of summed that all together, but that will change in the future for sure. And even the feedback we've received tonight, I have many notes as to add this to this and change the language for that. So we are going to keep improving.
I just wanted to add to that what you're hearing, right, is, and what we're hearing, is that there needs to be multiple points of education, right, is what I'm hearing. And I just want to commend, I saw a recent brochure that Jen shared with me that she created that is something that is handoutable to anyone who she is interfacing with. I had shared that in Minneapolis we had done, actually in concert with the university, a visual guide in Spanish and in English for folks. And I know I offered that to Lori Cole. I was speaking to Chase yesterday, and I just appreciate the time he took to talk to me a little bit yesterday. What really sort of resonated is we need more places to talk about this in plain language, not just in code. So thinking about all the great improvements that Jen is already thinking about, plus where are the ways in our website that we can do that? What are other opportunities for education? Will continue to be part of not just this process, but frankly, like that, there are others. So for example, we're really continuing to work on what is that relationship and what are tenant protections as we move forward, because we're talking right now of weeds and trash and the potential, because I want to be thoughtful again, that there are landlords who will not pass on those fines to to their tenants. And there are landlords for whom it will not get to a fine, right? They will correct that behavior really quickly. So I want to lift that up always. But we want to be thoughtful about what that looks like, because this not just weeds and trash where fines can be associated with. So we want to make sure that if there are predatory landlords, if there are practices that people are concerned about, we as a city want to hear about them, because there are other ways to address that.
Right. Quick, yeah.
Okay. So, but ultimately, you know, sometimes fines are a motivator. And so my daughter, when they got that, you could bet that they called up the trash people and they got their new containers. So I do think that that is a way to get compliance. I know that I did once make a right turn on red at a certain intersection, and the police gave me a ticket, and I said, but I didn't know, and they said, we don't care. It's the law. And that's the first time I heard that concept. But anyway, so it was a motivator for me. I never did that again. And so I do think that fines can be good for creating compliance, and that's probably one of the reasons why the bear trash was successful.
Okay, other thoughts? There we go, Nicole.
Of course, I have thoughts, Aaron. First, I just want to say thank you to staff and Jen. I have heard such glowing things about you and your team from everybody that I've talked to, so thank you so much. It's clear that folks appreciate having you out there. So I understand what we're trying to do here about streamlining what's a pretty time-consuming and resource-intensive process. I know we're really interested in giving renters more protections, and that's part of the motivation for these changes. And I hear the frustrations of a lot of residents that we're hoping to address, not just from homeowners, but from student renters and non-student renters as well. We stated a goal of these ordinance changes is to build toward a more positive neighborhood culture on the Hill. And I share the students' concern that not having buy-in from the people who are most affected by these issues in terms of living with these issues and being recipients of violations and fines doesn't move us toward that goal of a more positive neighborhood culture. And this is why I'm struggling to support these ordinance changes at this stage, even though I agree with where we're trying to go with regard to empowering renters, simplifying city processes, and having a civil citation option. The people closest to the problem ought to be closest to the solution. And I haven't felt that here. Renters, and especially student renters, who are going to be most impacted by these changes, we haven't gotten their buy-in for that. So I'll be voting no again, but I really hope that you all hear my no vote as a not yet. I really do appreciate the goals of this work, and I think there's still more to do given who is opposing these changes. I could definitely get to a yes. I just want to make sure we're getting buy-in from the groups who are most impacted by our decisions. What I'm hoping is that if this does pass tonight, we can maybe get a check-in on how this is doing in a year or so. I think that's one of the things that people in our community often struggle with, is that we make these changes, but we don't really follow up to see if they had their intended effects, if they had unintended consequences, like my colleague, Councilmember Weiner, talks about. And also just to make sure that we can hear from students on how some of these changes are impacting renters. And also, as we move forward in the future, I really hope that we can always make sure that we're getting buy-in from the folks who are most impacted by our decisions. I know we're never going to get to consensus, but if we can get the people who are closest to the problem to agree that these solutions are the right ones, I think we'll be in a good spot. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. I had Rachel and then Junie. And Lauren. Okay, Lauren first? Okay. Rachel, Junie.
Corner of my eye, gotcha. So I just wanted to also thank all of you for the hard work. As someone who worked on the Hill Revitalization Work Group for a lot of years, I've seen up close the work that each of you has done. Sandra, that's where we first met. And I was, happy to know you already in 2021. So just want to give some perspective from that background. There's been some emails and discussion that we haven't listened to students or didn't include students in this process. I want to say that we have been doing that for literally years. And I just wanted to read some excerpts from something that we got in 2021 from the Tri-Exec student body president, who is a multi-year participant in this effort. This is just before the Hill riots. She said, as we have discussed many times before, the general lack of enforcement not only sets a precedent for poor student behavior, but also frustrates the students who do choose to follow restrictions and general expectations. It is impossible to enforce without accountability, so while students may be aware of it or not, them engaging in this poor behavior sets an example not only for them and around them, but additionally a precedent of non-compliance. Obviously, the Hill and the university in general is an attractive party hotspot for students, but those tendencies can be easily checked by better enforcement and accountability. When it comes down to it, the Hill lacks oversight, accountability, and enforcement. While typically this is something students may stray away from, I believe it is in all of our best interests to pursue an enhancement, not only to improve town and gown relations, but improve our quality of life as well, all while reducing the possibility of students to face legal repercussions that will affect them far after their university tenure. So just want to say that this is what we're doing tonight is really in keeping with the feedback that we have gotten from students for years. And, you know, we could try to reinvent the wheel. I think that given that we looked up, down, and around at so many different options, again, with all the stakeholders around the table, I think we would probably end up in the same place, and we would spend a lot of time and staff time and take away from other work plan items that I would really like to see us move on to. This is not a substantive change. This is not a new trash or weeds law. It's just basically how we do notice. It's staff efficiency, and it's really a reduction in the number of times that police officers will be at an address, which is pretty important to me. It potentially eliminates points of face-to-face contact by a ticketing officer, and it eliminates some judicial discretion, whether or not to, you know, ticket or how much to sentence. And I mean, no disrespect to anyone when I say this, but points of discretion in the criminal justice system are not always a great thing. Statistically, outcomes are subject to bias. It is part of why we see black men ticketed, arrested, convicted, and sentenced to longer terms for the same conduct as white men. So if we're worried about equity here, these improvements are actually helpful, and they will reduce discretion and just be really clean ticket amounts and fewer times that the police department is at an address, and fewer points of interaction with the police department, and the police department can be working on real crimes rather than spending additional time doing this. So I love it for that reason. Also, this is semi-related, but I'm a fan of increasing occupancy so that people can better afford to live here in Boulder. That aligns with racial equity, climate crisis responses, and happier community members just overall who don't have commutes. There are a lot of people, including on the Hill and that I've interacted in this work group, who are really skittish to that idea. And I reassure them that quality of life worries are not falling on deaf ears for me, or I think for my colleagues, and we are working hard to fix deficits in reporting and enforcement systems. I pitch that it's not going to be worse to have more neighbors because it's not going to be more noise or trash. We want people to be able to live here, and you know, I don't mean to sound too like hippy-dippy, but we want people to live in peace and harmony. So I want us to welcome and love our neighbors, but that also does require us to be good neighbors. It's a two-way street, and so what we're talking about here is a not large number of renters who are choosing basically not to clean up broken glass and leave heaps of trash and things that really do impact quality of life. And staff laid out some of the serious issues like infestations and fire hazards that are attendant to that, rotting trash piles and noxious weeds and rats. So this is just another path for enforcement and accountability. I appreciate the work that's gone into it, and I'll be voting yes.
Thanks, Rachel. Junie, then Lauren.
Thank you. My hand raise was inadvertent. I just want to thank staff and our city manager for all the work that they've done. Thank you.
Good enough. Lauren?
In the introduction, it was mentioned that these are not primarily affecting students, but the areas in the heat map are the Hill, Martin Acres, and Gross Grove, which are all areas of town where we see a lot of students living. I hear the issue and the need for a cultural shift, but I don't agree that these help create that shift. I take issue with the fine escalation and policing how people choose to upkeep their yards in general. We have separate regulations for both health and safety regarding site triangles. And if this were about flammability, we would include requirements around juniper bushes. We could create the requirement for buffer zones around buildings to keep grass and shrubs away from structures separately. But our current definition of weeds is highly problematic. It doesn't include provisions for native landscaping. And in general, I find our landscaping odds often at odds with our I find our landscaping standards at odds with our environmental ideals. Making these changes continues the dialogue and impression that students should be reported and ticketed, and that these issues can be solved with fines. We are looking in the future at revisiting the definition of weeds, but for now, the fine rates seem arbitrary, and so does, although you've put a very kind spin on it, and I think that, I believe that you're working very hard to do this well, the enforcement also seems arbitrary. I would support taking a second look at these fines, the definition of weeds, and figuring out how we can center a restorative justice and mediation approach. But as it stands, despite what I believe to be a lot of hard work and the best intentions, I cannot support these amendments.
Thanks, Lauren. Bob, and then I'll call on myself.
It's 2023. It's time for us to decriminalize weed. I'm a yes.
Geez, Bob, I had all this serious stuff to say. Well, I'll echo the thanks to everyone who's been involved. I know this has been years of work on this, and then all the related work that's been going on, as Rachel referred to. And thanks for your work on that, and also to our absent council member colleague, Mark, for his years on that group as well. So appreciate all the work you've done, stakeholder engagement, and coming up with this set of proposed changes. And I'll just say, fundamentally, I don't think we want to allow out-of-control weeds in the city, and I don't think that enormous piles of trash should be left without any kind of remedy. But having it be those be criminal behaviors doesn't make sense to me, right? Like right now, those are crimes, and when you're served a citation, you have to go to court to defend yourself. And I don't think that's the right approach for having too many weeds in your yard. So I think there's a problem to be addressed, but I think addressing it with civil penalties rather than criminal violations is the right way to go. So I think that's fundamentally what we're doing here tonight, and I think that's absolutely a step in the right direction. So I appreciate the testimony from folks tonight, and Chase and Quinn, appreciate you being here and representing student government and the voices of students. That's really important. And I appreciate that we took a few minutes to talk this afternoon, and that was helpful for me as well. And so thinking through their concerns, I think that split between the tenant getting a notice and quite possibly being ultimately responsible for the fine, but the property manager being the one who's found responsible and may pay the fine without consulting the tenant. I think that's an issue that we need to resolve. So I appreciated your answers, Jen, earlier about how there is that notice posted and there is the opportunity to reverse a fine if it's found that, in fact, it was done in error or there are outstanding financial circumstances, right? And I also really liked what you were saying, I think it was in response to some council comments before, about increasing the information that's on the notice. I think that would be really helpful, as well as the standard documentation that we have. To get all this information in there so that if there is a tenant who gets that notice and is like, oh my goodness, what's going on here? I'm not sure what to do. Like Tara, when your daughter had this issue, to make sure that they do know what to do if we have all that information, if they read through the notice, and so that they can prevent the situation where they weren't at fault, but the landlord pays it anyway, and then they're stuck with a fine. So I think we need to make sure to work on that as we implement this new process, to make sure that that's as friendly as possible to the tenants, to make sure they're not, there's no mistreatment in any way because of that imbalance that could be present. I liked, Matt, what you were saying about the restorative justice. So I would like to see how we can weave that in to this new process going forward, because I like you said, I think that, Sandra, you said that, Sandra, that takes some work, right, to figure that out, but hopefully we can do that. And then I would like to clarify about the annual reset of fines, because we've heard concerns from pretty much everyone involved with that. So personally, I would like to see that in the motion that we pass tonight to get that explicit, and also make sure that the information about that is on the notices and everything else that's posted, so people are fully aware of that. With all that said, I'm in support and look forward to getting this passed tonight. And so I think everybody's had a chance to say something if they wanted to, so perhaps someone would like to make a motion?
You suggested perhaps a change.
Yeah.
You want to start with yours?
I could. So, well, and then I'd look to you all, if we wanted to be explicit about the annual resetting in the motion that we do tonight, maybe I'd look to you for the recommendation on the best way to do that. I can certainly throw some language in, but if you want to give advice.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. And I guess if it's all right, I would like to take an opportunity to explain why it's important that it's not in the ordinance. And so I'm going to take a broad approach here, but I think it's important to explain the reasons why. So the City of Boulder is a city manager council form of government. As you all know, council has a legislative role in setting city policies by enacting laws and ordinances. Generally speaking, those ordinances set forth what we can and can't do. The implementation and operational aspects of ensuring compliance with these laws is entrusted to the city manager and all of her departments and staff. One of the tools used to provide consistency in procedural aspects of operations is through the adoption of internal policy documents by department. I'm providing this background to explain why it's important not to codify operational procedures in an ordinance. One of the most important tenets in Ordinance Drafting 101 is to be consistent. Consistent in the use of terms, consistent with format, and consistent with form. This becomes critically important when it involves interpretation of the code. For example, if we were to include resetting the fines in August, a procedural matter, into the ordinance, it could call into question why this isn't included in other fine escalation code violations, of which there are many. Other fine escalation code violations run the gamut from parking to alarm permits to dogs off leash to enforcement of drought response measures. If procedural requirements are not included in the ordinance, does that mean that we can't implement them? Do they now need to all be codified? For example, if parking violations that have fine escalation schedules are silent about warnings, does this mean that parking officers can't provide a warning? This creates a slippery slope of introducing ambiguity where it isn't warranted, and for that reason, I have strongly opposed requiring that. I think that if the solution is providing folks with that information, there are many avenues in which we can do that without creating ambiguity in our code. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Sandra clearly came prepared for that proposal. Yes, Nicole, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about that. I think, it sounds like there are some things that folks are looking for you all to kind of sort out and, fix after this passes tonight. And so I'm just wondering if that can be one of the things maybe that that you're having a conversation about is, how is that information getting out to Barha, to CUSG, to the folks who've asked for it in a way that feels transparent and where, they will know where to go for it or be assured of some way of finding that information or having it brought to them if anything changes in the future. Because I hear what you're saying, and this feels like a place where some additional conversations with the folks who have concerns may help.
I can speak to that. We can certainly add this not only to our city website for code enforcement for my unit, we can add it to every notice and every citation that would be issued. We can make sure that we have a public campaign around that. As Barha mentioned, I did go and speak to them directly about it. Our city and departmental policies for all departments are available at any time to the public. Anyone could look up a policy or question a policy, but we're more than happy to memorialize that in every document that we send out on this issue. This is the fine reset. This is the fine escalation. That can be included in any appeal paperwork. It can be included in the original notice. It can also be included in the citation on the code enforcement website and any communications to any student or landlord groups. We're very forward about that. It's something that has been vital in adjusting the enforcement for the bear ordinance, and that's why we want to bring it forward, because it really takes into consideration that just because somebody is there doesn't mean they were there for the last citation. And it does reset, blanket reset in August, but let's say you move in September and you miss that reset. As soon as we become aware of that, it's no different than I can't pay it or I'm elderly or something. If you say, hey, I just leased this property a week ago, we're going to immediately make that adjustment to a first violation. So we're always open to that conversation, and that's where the discretion is very important, to be able to adapt to those situations, whether you move in August, as most of the students do, or if you're a regular tenant that's not a student and you moved in July. We can certainly make that accommodation and bring that information forward in all the documentation and website and education materials. And we'll even put it in our brochure and on a t-shirt.
See, I'm waiting for the TikTok video with all this stuff.
Oh,
That's kind of what I'm waiting for. But no, I'm wondering if just having that conversation with folks, because I mean, I don't know if these things sound like they are going to meet the needs that Barha and CUSG were asking for, but I think having that conversation and asking how can we get this information, but I'm wondering if that may be something.
Yeah. So what I wonder is, thanks for that, Nicole, is if we could have an additional motion after the ordinance passes with requests, like council direction to request certain things, including the language to be included in all this information. Would that not be overstepping our division of separation of powers here?
I think that would be totally appropriate.
Okay, so because I would like to memorialize it in official action, even if, but your point taken about the dangers of putting it in the ordinance. So
Can we include the T-shirt in that?
that's.
Aaron, can I
Redbubble.com?
Yeah, sure.
If we're memorializing after we take action on this ordinance, could I make a friendly addition to your request on the language on annual stuff, but also with regards to restorative justice, so that at least those two pieces we can memorialize, and if there are others, but I just want to see if that's a friendly add I can do on the back end.
That was my plan.
Awesome.
Was to include
Thank you.
that.
Appreciate it.
So, while I've got the floor, do you all mind if I move forward here? So I'll start by making a motion that we adopt Ordinance 8557. I won't read all the words.
Second.
Yep. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we move to a vote on that motion? Okay, seeing none. Do we do a roll call here?
Yes, sir, we do. We'll start that roll call with you, Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
No.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
No.
Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
And Benjamin.
Yes.
Sir, Ordinance 8557 is hereby adopted with a vote of 6-2.
Thanks so much. Then I will go ahead and make a further motion that we give direction to the city manager and to include information about the fine schedule and fine resetting schedule in all public materials about this ordinance, including notices posted about violations of the ordinance, and to also include work on including restorative justice techniques with how we implement this new ordinance. It's a little inartful, but yeah, go ahead, Rachel.
I just have a procedural question. Is this maybe more of a not a 5 situation? Because it seems like overkill as a motion.
So I'm trying to memorialize here, and you only get memorialized in the permanent record if you have a motion. But if you tell me I shouldn't do it,
I don't know if I've. It helps when you turn the mic on. You know, I don't know if I've ever been asked that question before. I think that if it's important to the council to make it part of the record in a different way, then it's whatever the will of the council.
are you okay with this?
I'm okay with it. I know that we will do it, whether it's a motion, whether it's a not a 5. We have an interest in doing this ourselves. We have a message from the judge that she is certainly willing and open to figuring out how to collaborate on restorative justice. So we are committed to it. However, it needs to be memorialized. It will be memorialized in this recording and in the summary, I will note.
And in the official minutes. So whichever action you decide to take, whether it be a poll, a show of hands, or a formal motion, it'll be memorialized. So.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Well, if you want to finish that part about the memorializing.
Yeah, well, that's why I made it a motion, was to memorialize it, but.
Yeah, I just had a couple of requests to add. One is to make sure to include CUST and BARHA in some of these discussions, especially with regard to not codifying but documenting the resetting in August, because that was one thing that I heard from both of them. And the other thing is just to potentially have a check-in at some point. See how
Happy to
this
do
is
that. I
working
meant
out.
to mention that as well, that we are happy
Thank
to
you.
come back in a year and report back where we are.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So there's a motion on the table. We don't have to do it this way, but we could finish it real quick if somebody wanted to second it and we have a show of hands.
I second. Let's roll.
All right, just to show of hands, all in favor? All right, so that's unanimous? All right. Thanks for working with me to just get that on the record. And a little awkward, and just a huge thank you again for all the work and the engagement with the community.
Can I make one comment for the council?
You can.
I just wanted to address the CU students here in the audience, as well as anybody listening in. And I just wanted to apologize. I read some of the comments that folks put in the Be Here Boulder survey. I think some of them were really referring to students as sort of being nuisances who aren't really welcome in the community, and I'm sorry for that. Nobody should have to feel like they don't belong in our community. So I hope the entire community can just think about, when we're having these discussions and having these disagreements, how can we do so in a way that is still respecting the fact that we're all in community together. So anyway, just wanted to know that. I'm sure it didn't feel good if you read those, and I apologize.
Thanks, Nicole. All are welcome, including very much our student neighbors and residents. Okay, well, if we could move to our second public hearing, please, Elisha.
All right, sir. Thank you. Our second public hearing is item 5B on tonight's agenda. It is the concept plan review and comment for proposed redevelopment at 2801 J Road to include 84 for-sale dwelling units ranging from 1,050 square feet to 1,800 square feet, consisting of townhome, duplex, and triplex housing types. The plan proposes 40%, that is 34, middle-income affordable units. The percent of affordable housing community benefits will be finalized through annexation. Reviewed under case number LUR 2022-0038.
Thank you, Alicia. And to kick us off, I believe we're going straight to staff, and I am going to send this to Shannon as you get yourself organized and set. I wish I had more pithy things to say to buy time for you, but I don't, so I'll just keep talking for a moment. There you go.
We have a lot of jokes going on tonight, if you wanted to throw in another.
All right. Good evening, Council. I'll provide a quick overview of the proposed redevelopment at 2801J.
But if you don't mind introducing yourself first.
Yes, I'm Shannon Moeller. I'm a member of the planning staff for Planning and Development Services Department.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. So this proposal requires a concept plan review because it exceeds the thresholds in the land use code to require a mandatory concept plan and a site review. So I'll just briefly cover the information in staff's memo, including the concept plan and purpose, context, the proposed project tonight, some key issues, and public feedback received so far. So the purpose of the concept plan is to review and discuss a development proposal and identify key issues in advance of more detailed submittals. So the planning board held a public hearing on this item on December 6th, and City Council chose to call up the item in January and referred the item to TAB and DAB. No formal action is being taken on this item tonight. It's intended to be a discussion and to provide feedback and guidance to the applicant. So next, moving to the site and surrounding context, this proposal is in unincorporated Boulder County. It's northeast of the intersection of 28th and J, and it's immediately east of city limits. The site's 4.58 acres and contains the existing City Church Boulder building. This property is in Area 2 of the BVCP, which is the area now under county jurisdiction that can be considered for annexation. The underlying BVCP land use designation is public, which reflects the current religious assembly use. As the property is currently in unincorporated Boulder County, it would require annexation and initial zoning with a city zoning district. The existing property contains the church building and a parking lot. The property contains an active prairie dog colony, and during prior reviews, neighbors have commented that wildlife can be seen on the property. It's mostly flat with a gentle slope. It contains some mature landscaping and trees and has some obstructed views of the foothills. The surrounding area is primarily single-family residential low density. Here you can see some neighborhoods identified. Nearby, the Lubavitch Synagogue is just to the south across J Road, and the Peace Lutheran Church is located to the southwest. Here again are some photos of the area. To the north, you can see rural areas to the north. And then below that is the intersection of 28th and J, where the property is located. At the bottom of the screen are some examples of types of homes that exist in nearby neighborhoods. One of the unique aspects of this site is its context and location right at the edge of the city. It's not part of any specific area plan or sub-community plan that would provide guidelines for its development. There are a couple of master plans that are relevant to mention. Here you can see on the left, there's a large park property owned by the city that's north of this site within the planning reserve. It's planned for future long-term park needs. There's no development plans currently in place for that park space. On the right, you can see some existing and proposed transportation connections. There are existing on-street bike routes on Jan 36, and a multi-use path is identified on the transportation master plan, shown in the green line, that's intended to connect up to that future park space. For some additional historical context, in 2015, the Planning Board considered a concept plan review on the site that consisted of 94 permanently affordable dwelling units in somewhat larger format buildings. At the time, the Planning Board generally agreed with the staff analysis that at that time, which was to support a lower density than the 94 units that were proposed. Then when the 2015 BVCP update was happening, the city reviewed a request to amend the comp plan land use designation on the site. The proposal was for MXR, mixed density residential, and city staff had recommended MR, medium density residential. That request was ultimately withdrawn, so that's why the site is still designated public. And then in 2016, an annexation and site review were reviewed by staff, but again, those items were withdrawn, so no decision of an approval or denial was made on those items. So now we've talked a little bit about the site and history, so we'll move to tonight's proposal. This concept plan proposal includes a request to amend the BVC from the current public land use designation to MXR, mixed density residential. This designation is intended for developments that provide affordable housing and have a variety of housing types and densities that allow up to 6 to 20 units per acre. This proposal would require annexation and initial zoning. The applicant has proposed RMX2, residential mix 2. This zoning is intended to accommodate a mix of densities. Through the site review process, this zoning can allow for densities of up to 20 units per acre if certain density bonus and site review criteria are met, in particular a provision of affordable housing. The RMX2 zoning also requires a mix of housing types, which this proposal would provide through a mix of townhomes, duplexes, and triplexes. The conceptual site plan you see here includes the 84 dwelling units on fee simple lots. The unit sizes range from about 1,000 to 1,800 square feet, and the lots primarily face onto proposed private streets. The dwellings have a compact form with minimal internal setbacks, and they have a mix of front and alley loaded configurations. There would be 38 for-sale middle-income affordable units toward the eastern edge of the site, and the site provides for the planned multi-use path running north-south, and it would connect to an existing access road east of the property. In terms of this specific site plan proposal, staff provided feedback on several aspects of the design that are included in the memo. A few items to note were the non-standard street sections and the proposal to provide private streets, which the city is typically not supportive of due to long-term maintenance concerns. Staff also recommended additional attention to the design and alignment of the multi-use path and the open spaces on the site. In terms of the overall review processes this proposal would require, it would include those listed on the screen, including the BVCP land use map change, annexation, initial zoning, and a site review. So after tonight's hearing, the applicant would take the feedback received and would need to provide those as future applications. Moving to the key issues for discussion at the Planning Board hearing in December, the board provided feedback on these key issues, which I'll go through next. On this slide, you can see the first two key issues that were discussed, which are the land use designation and the zoning. So this chart shows a summary of the existing, the proposed, and what staff had recommended. So for key issue 1, this proposal requests to amend the BVCP land use map designation. It's currently public, and the proposal is MXR, mixed density residential. Staff had recommended MR, medium density residential. At the Planning Board hearing, the board members were not primarily concerned with whether the property was designated MXR or MR, but were rather mostly concerned with the design of the proposal in addressing some of the issues such as transportation, quality open space, and providing a desirable development. Under key issue 2, the proposal would need to have a zoning district established. A majority of the board members agreed that the proposed RMX2 zoning district would be appropriate and consistent with the goals of the BVCP, in particular because it would support for establishing a range of housing. The next key issue that was discussed was regarding compatibility of the plan with the surrounding area. Staff considered things like the density, form, and architecture, among other items. At the Planning Board hearing, a majority of the board members felt the proposal was partially compatible with the surrounding areas, and they provided feedback on revising the proposal to improve that compatibility, such as providing a more appropriate transition to rural properties and the careful placement of open space and massing. And they also discussed that the use of smaller sized but higher density numbers of units, which has proposed, would better meet the city's housing goals rather than moving to fewer larger sized units. The last key issue was just general feedback on the guidelines for review and comment as part of a concept plan. So the Planning Board had provided feedback on several aspects of the proposal. They had general support for the aspirations of the proposal to provide a mix of affordable and modest-sized market rate housing. They provided design feedback on the open spaces and the multi-use path, and feedback on transportation concerns such as access, street sections, parking, and general traffic safety. And they also provided general feedback on the design to create a sense of community and address the natural environment and climate concerns. Lastly, to talk a little about public notification and feedback. Written notice was provided consistent with the land use code, and notice was posted on the property. The applicant held a virtual neighborhood meeting on November 9th, and the planning board held its public hearing on December 6th. Many written comments were received and are included in council's packet. At the planning board hearing, 6 members of the community spoke in support of the proposal, in particular with regards to the affordable housing. 12 community members spoke in opposition, including expressing concerns specifically about traffic, such as access, cyclist and pedestrian safety, and existing conditions at the intersection of 28th and J. There was also opposition to the proposed density and concerns about the compatibility of the proposal with the surrounding area. So that concludes the staff presentation. The applicant is here virtually and has a presentation prepared as well.
Great. Well, how about we ask staff questions first, and then we can hear from the applicant and ask the applicant any questions we have after their presentation. So questions for staff? Except I'm not seeing any. Oh, here we go, Rachel.
I maybe just have one general question about the TAB and DAB referral and timeline. You know, it's not something that is often done or has been often done before, so it has to be done when we call up for concept, but then we don't have the feedback in time for this concept. So I just want to understand the timeline for future knowledge, not necessarily this one, it seems like.
Yeah, because the concept plans that we get and the level of information we receive is pretty preliminary. We typically find that it's best for it to go to TAB and DAB during the site review process, because then we have a really specific level of information for them to give us like specific feedback on the final design that's coming forward at that time. So that would be our typical recommendation, is to get into the site review process and get that feedback at that time.
And is that sufficient? Like some of the times what we're looking at is like transportation connections, and so that's not too late if it's at site review already for, like, that seems maybe theoretically conceptual, some of that?
Yeah, I think at the site review, that's when we kind of have that the numbers and the level of knowledge is specifically about things like traffic studies and things like that would be really helpful for us to have enough information for them to really give us helpful feedback then.
Okay, thanks.
All right, well, thanks, Shannon. I guess we'll go to the applicant presentation, if we could, please.
Could I make a request that I have screen sharing enabled, please?
Great. Emily, is that something you can do? Ryan, okay. You may have it already. Give it a try.
It should be ready now.
Mine right now, yep. There we go. You seeing that?
It's on Zoom, but it's not in. There we go. Yep, we got it.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Margaret Freund, and I'm the developer and applicant for this project. I own and live in a house in Newlands here in Boulder, and I develop in Richmond, Virginia, where I also have a home. We recently completed a project in Virginia that is mixed income and includes new construction and the restoration of a former school. In that project, residents ranging in income levels from 40% AMI to 150% AMI live together alongside creative offices, art studios, a market cafe, and a ceramic studio. I truly believe in the overarching benefits of mixed income communities. At 2801 J Road, there's an opportunity to achieve some of the city's most pressing housing goals. In 2016, I submitted a plan for smaller rental apartments at this site that were less suitable for families. I pulled this application as the requirement of 70% permanently affordable housing made the development unfeasible. Over the last 3 years, I've had many discussions with the city's inclusionary housing staff and other city leaders to try and find a way to bring a viable project forward. I heard repeatedly that for sale middle income homes suitable for families is the housing type that is most desperately needed in Boulder. As a result, we created a plan that would work from a development perspective and bring community benefit to Boulder by providing as much for sale middle income family housing as possible. As we understand from housing staff, the proposed 34 permanently middle income for sale units is greater than the total for sale permanently middle income units in the city. We have been in discussions with Flatiron's Habitat for Humanity to build the middle income housing on site, and you have an email of support from them. Here's a modified plan responding to Planning Board's comment on the need for more open space. It reduces the density by 4 units, resulting in a loss of 2 middle income units, and doubles the open space at the center of the community. Note, there is a 200-acre park 900 feet directly to the north in the comprehensive plan. The modified plan also shows the addition of a right turn lane at the site exit, slightly reducing parking. The good news is that an updated traffic study done in January of this year showed traffic at the 28th and J intersection has decreased since our required traffic study in 2016. Our plan envisions middle income and market rate homeowners living in a cohesive community. The planning staff has suggested lower density. This is no surprise, as density is often viewed as the enemy of good neighborhoods. In fact, lowering density has the greatest negative impact on affordability, and we believe affordability is compatible with good neighborhoods. We understand that the for sale component of this proposed development will be a covenant in the annexation agreement. There are ways to increase the success of middle income homeowners by reducing monthly fees that are available due to the annexation, and we're happy to discuss this further or answer questions. The streets must remain private to preserve the density, and we would like to use easements for right-of-ways and other areas that have shared public-private use rather than dedications for the same reason. This site is well suited to getting as much middle income housing as possible. It's bordered by a highway and a main road on 2 sides, and while there is rural land to the north and east, this land is the future solution to the affordable housing options Boulder seeks. Here we present a plan that maximizes the middle income housing while integrating the market rate housing to make a successful mixed income community. The market rate homes are smaller due to the higher density, and while not affordable, they are more accessible than homes twice the size. The middle income and market homes will create a community that reads as one, where there's not much difference in the home sizes and the type of families that live here. You can see the benefits of what we seek in the Holiday neighborhood nearby. The Holiday site was annexed, is RMX2 zoning, MXR land use at 20 units per acre, and was adjacent to rural land. Planning Board and staff support RMX2 zoning, and Planning Board was agnostic on the land use. They agreed that something between 66 and 84 units was appropriate. However, the land use must be MXR to achieve more than 66 units. Reducing density results in both fewer middle-income homes and larger market rate homes. Not only does it take many of the middle-income units away, but it forces a greater divide in the type of homes and families that will be a part of one community. If you reduce the density, the impact on massing and the experience of the neighborhood for those living nearby or passing by will be minimal. The impact on the quality of the community and those who live there will be great. I know you will carefully consider this opportunity to make such a significant amount of much-needed middle-income housing a reality. Our architect, Dan Rotner, will now walk through the proposed plan, and we really look forward to your comments.
Great. Thank you, Margaret, and thank you, City Council members. I'll just give a quick summary of the unit breakdown for the project. We have two elements to the market rate component, 2-story units around the perimeter of the project facing the north and west, 2.5-story taller units that face the right-of-way at J Road and 28th Street, and also at the internal streets on the west side of the project. The middle-income housing component is the blue, red, and dark gray and beige that you see on the easterly portion of the project. I would like to point out that this project does include 2 1.5-story units where the main level is designed to be van accessible units. So we're trying to provide an option, a variety of different housing options in this project. This is a quick overview of the overall diagram of the circulation, open space, and parking elements of the project. Blue, of course, is vehicular circulation, 28th Street, J Road at the south and west. And then this is the existing right-of-way easement at the east side of the property that provides primary access. And then, of course, we have an internal loop and a variety of internal street fronts and drive aisles accessing the units. Orange is our multi-use path connection that's envisioned in the Transportation Master Plan that connects to the future park use that's defined in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. Red is our parking, which we've tried to configure to the maximum extent possible as on-street parking. Surface parking. There are also garages within the units that aren't illustrated on this diagram. Really, our goal was to create a unique sense of community and through a neighborhood of single-family attached dwellings, really to not be multifamily buildings, but individual units within the property. The neighborhood's focused on owner-occupied middle-income housing not found elsewhere in Boulder. We really have a purposeful integration of incomes and family structures, as Margaret discussed in her intro. We've included flexible unit planning to allow for home occupations and or multi-generational housing, particularly in the 2.5 and 3-story units where there's options for potential home office space and so forth at the grade level. We've worked hard to provide as much for sale middle-income family housing as we could on site and create a unified community in this project. The other topic that's important for our project is open space preservation. And really, there are a couple of pieces to this. You know, the project strives for a higher utilization of open space surrounding the city, both in the intent to utilize open space that's annexed into the city to meet the city's middle-income housing needs, and also at the same time make the best use of open space that is incorporated within the new neighborhood. One good example is the central open spaces that are defined in the plan, which are really used as a tool to help unify the middle-income and market rate components of the neighborhood. This is actually a precedent example that we refer to. This is actually in California. And just want to make note of the mix of 2- and 3-story forms in this open space example. The other strategy we've employed is using some of the perimeter spaces abutting right of way at the west and south boundaries of the property. We've tried hard to integrate water quality and stormwater management features of the project into quality open space. And the strategy that we've seen used successfully in the past, this is actually an example in Boulder. This is the Rosewood neighborhood in North Boulder. And you can see this is a detention pond, but it really doesn't feel like a piece of simple engineering. It provides a quality gathering space for the neighborhood. The other strategy we've used, depending upon the different conditions surrounding the site, is at the west and north frontages where we have private yard buffer to the adjacent property. This is a good example of how we envision this space working and really providing some quality private spaces to really help not only buffer the surrounding neighborhood to the project, but also allow people to take advantage of residents take advantage of the more rural conditions for the project. You know, there's one of the key elements to the project, and you know, we see as very important to creating a great neighborhood is individual unit identity of the street. And where we haven't been able to front units on the street, we fronted units on our perimeter open space where it abuts the right of way. This is actually a good and precedent example of a similar approach where we've got these obviously very much individual homes and not one big building with multiple units. One of the challenges that was identified at the perimeter, and this is something staff commented on, we agree it's a challenge, is parking access from the street. And really it's a key element for site utilization to limit the amount of paved area within the property. The alternative we've explored is covered ground level areas that are suitable for parking, gathering, playing, tinkering. They have multiple potential uses. And here's a few precedent images for how we envision these spaces being ultimately utilized. So they could be parking, it could be outdoor use area. or a mix of uses in these spaces at the perimeter of the project. Another strategy that we've employed in the design are these the narrow one-way streets with parking on both sides of the street. Rather than a parking lot, we create a street where the individual homes front on, they have each their unique address and place in the community. And again, this is something that's been done in Boulder. This is Yarmouth Way, adjacent to the Holiday neighborhood. And this was a relatively constrained site, and we developed this was actually Coburn Development developed this narrow street with parking, but yet you can see it does not feel like an alley internally. It again provides a quality frontage for the individual units. Really, one of the key things, and just driving this point home again, I hate to repeat the point, but it is important. The density really does allow us to provide a cohesive neighborhood at a lower density. In order to achieve feasibility for the project, the market rate units need to get larger. You have fewer middle income units, and they tend to be smaller. It just creates a more stark divide within the neighborhood and kind of erodes some of the principles that we've seen employed so successfully in the Holiday neighborhood. And we really feel like the intent of our proposed approach really does realize the intention of the density bonus in RMX2 and provides that unified mix that we're striving for. And really, while we can't solve all the problems in Boulder with one project, we do have an opportunity in this case with the unique circumstances of the project and this location to do the right thing in with this opportunity. So, Margaret, I don't know if you have anything to add at this point. I just wanted to thank the City Council for your time considering the merits of this project. I know your time is very valuable, and I know this is it always takes a lot out of everybody to look at this stuff. Margaret and I, along with our transportation consultant Chris McGranahan, are available in the meeting if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks so much, Daniel and Margaret. Appreciate that presentation, the additional information. Any questions for the applicant? Tara?
I want to get up and point to one of the slides, but I don't know that you can see me if I do that. I'm not
Probably
sure.
not.
Which slide would you like me to go back to?
Go back to your last one. Does that help?
This one? Or
Nope.
this one?
But you're going too fast.
Sorry, it's probably lagging.
Not that one. Not that one. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Can you
Keep going.
describe what was on the slide?
It was a map, not that, the other map. Okay, right there. Okay, do you see where there's the blue and the orange houses on that street, and in the middle it says one-way private street?
Did you see my arrow, my cursor arrow?
You see it on there. You can see it.
Okay, well,
Yes, we see it.
Okay, is that what you're referring to?
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I can't see that far. Mhm. So I see these three light green areas. Do you see them? They're blocks. Are they representative of park open space, like community areas?
Correct. That's in the plan that was submitted for concept. That's what we illustrated in the plan.
Yeah. Well, I love that because I think that these kind of neighborhoods really do well with community grass space. And I had a community member that gave a great idea that I wanted to share. Maybe this is the right time, and I'm wondering if
this
it's
a question?
feasible or is it not?
Okay,
Is
question.
this feasible?
There you go. Question. I like it.
Is it feasible for you to do you know how in the Holiday neighborhood they have a really large green space? It almost looks like in Europe, in England, they have those giant green spaces. Is it possible for you to go across the street and possibly bring that green park across that one-way private street? I don't think you're going to lose many, if any, parking spaces if you do that.
I would say that's something that's worth looking at. To narrow the street at that intersection of the circulation spine and the park.
I mean,
the rule-
technically, you could just have the one-way stop right at the one side of the park and then at the other side of the park. But we could talk about some other time. That's some other time. I was just throwing that out there. If there was a way to make that green space bigger, you know.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's it. That's all I have to say.
I'd say the answer is yes. So.
Great. Thanks for that. And we can get back to that in our comments. That's great. Great question. Lauren.
One of the things I've noticed is that there definitely are some units here, right, that have the garage pretty prominently facing a main street, or you know, you started to touch on that with, you know, looking at different ways you could have a park under space instead of a garage. Between that and the number of streets that I see for circulation, because in a lot of cases you're also adding sort of additional alleyways to allow the garages to not be facing main streets. I was just wondering if you looked at any alternative parking circulation strategies that might have allowed you to have less overall streetscape or less overall automobile focused streets, or have fewer garages facing street areas. Or sorry, that didn't really make sense. Let's just go with the circulation for the streets. Are there any options that you looked at to reduce that?
So it's always a little bit of a challenge with these. You know, we've done a bunch of these townhome subdivisions over the years, and the perimeter of the project is always a challenge, right? Because what happens is that to minimize the number of streets, you want to make sure your streets have units on both sides fronting on the street. I mean, if you have a street that's only serving one side, or even an alley, that's inherently inefficient. So when we get to the edge of these projects, especially a relatively small subdivision where it ends up being a large proportion of the project, you end up having to tackle with, you can make a choice. One of the things that we looked at is like, oh, you could run an alley down the perimeter of the project, but you lose a lot in that. If you think about the opportunities for private backyard spaces for all of these residences around the perimeter, and also the adjacency to the surrounding community, it's a little bit of a harsh trade-off. So the other thing is that the street and alley scenario has an element to it where it creates more street, because if you have garage doors fronting a street, well, you don't have an alley. I think the trade-off is that you don't need driveways to access your front entered garages in that scenario. But I think this balance and finding the really creative way of using the perimeter, I think it's the way of maximizing the number of units that have that on-street identity without garage frontage. So all of these units, which front on the internal streets throughout the project, and where we do have garages lining these streets here, these units do have individual unit identity on the adjacent right-of-way on J Road and 28th Street. So we realize it's never perfect, but I think that the strategies that we're working to perfect here with your input allow us to kind of balance that equation of streets and alleys, and then we'll come up with a creative solution for street fronting parking where we have where it's the best approach available for the site utilization.
Thank you.
Right. Not seeing any other questions, we can go to the public hearing. We've got 13 people signed up, few in person and most virtual. Each person will get 3 minutes to speak. Hopefully you heard our guidelines on public participation earlier. Rachel? No? You're good. Well, I guess at 9 o'clock we do need to check in, but we have one agenda item we're in the middle of, so I'll just have to get through it, but be mindful of the time. Okay, so everybody gets 3 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Byron Hewitt in person, and then Robin Kuby, who is pooling time with 2 others who'll get 5 minutes, and then Paulina Hewitt.
Hi. I'd like to let you know I appreciate all that you guys do. I'm really impressed listening to all these proceedings tonight.
If you can get into the microphone, please.
I will do my best to speak into the mic. Thank you. So I have a number of concerns about this development. I sent an email about this. This is putting 5 pounds in a 3-pound bag, okay? You're talking about way too many units, way too little open space. The issue with getting cars in and out, not enough parking, just all kinds of issues. It's not eco-friendly, okay? So it doesn't meet what we're trying to do here in Boulder County about being green. It's not green. It's a car-centric development. It's also one where it's an island. It's surrounded to its north and to its east by open space. Okay, people own that land. It's private land. So they are a community unto themselves. They are an island. The traffic issues there are monumental. I can tell you, I feel for the Caros that live down that road that they want to take to use for access there. They are be completely screwed. Okay, getting in and out of that thing is going to be impossible. So this really needs serious study. There's also issues with groundwater. Neighbors in the area have wells that are only 10 feet deep. So if you start excavating that, you mess up the aquifer, which could be really easy to do. All those people that live around there can be screwed in terms of their water. So we've talked about parking. We've talked about the open space issue. There's a height issue. There's nothing near there that is 35 feet high. Nothing. Everything is 1- and 2-story. So not a big fan of having my views to the west diminished, trying to look over top of 3 stories instead of 2. And then also, I mentioned the ingress and egress issue. Also, I think she's talked about having Habitat for Humanity do the work. That's great. Have they agreed to it? Is there a contract in place? Can they afford it? How long will it take? Are they going to do their development in parallel with her development? Or is theirs going to be later? In other words, it may never happen. So what can we do to ensure that whatever happens there is done correctly? Not opposed to development. Just don't want 84 units on that corner. I bike that corner all the time. It is dangerous as hell. So I would encourage everybody to look at the traffic aspect of this very carefully. And the fire department should look at it as well, because with this narrow alley that they're talking about in there, how do you get a fire truck in there to put out the fire? And after the Marshall fire, I'm nervous about this stuff. How do you get 84 units people out of there if there's a fire? They can't get out. It's just not possible. So there are a number of issues here that need to be looked at. I hope you will take them seriously. And like I said, not opposed to development on the corner, but 84 units is too many. It's just way too many, completely out of keeping with the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Byron. Now we have Robin Kuby for 5 minutes. And I understand your 2 poolers are present virtually.
Okay. So my name is Robin Kuby. I am speaking on behalf of myself and my 2 neighbors, Paul Strupp and Peggy Brule, who are, as Mr. Brockett just said, are attending virtually. I'm a longtime Boulder real estate and land use attorney, and I've lived near J Road and 28th Street for almost 35 years. And I've ridden my bike regularly along J Road for all that time. My significant interest in this development has to do with the increased density, but not the density per se, but the impact that density will have on the traffic on J Road and especially the intersection at 28th Street, as the prior speaker noted. I got involved in the original application on this because of my interest in the safety and density issues. Back at that time in 2015, the applicant was just under contract to purchase the property, and she submitted a plan for a mixed-use development which included a coffee shop, a daycare, originally the 90-plus units that ultimately got dropped down to 66 affordable units with 121 parking spaces. Those units, the affordable ones, were intended to satisfy the applicant's inclusionary housing obligations for a companion project she had at Iris and Broadway. In the earlier process, planning board and staff raised significant concerns regarding the project's density, its incompatibility with the neighborhood, the significant adverse impact it would have on what was then an overly burdened, dangerous, and generally neglected intersection at J and 28th Street, the lack of imagination in the proposed design and layout of what would effectively be a gateway project for the city, and the failure to incorporate renewable energy attributes. As noted before, the applicant then withdrew the application. In the intervening years, the applicant has purchased the property at 28th and J. The traffic, I guess my anecdotal observations conflict with whatever traffic information she has, but that intersection has only had more traffic and has become more dangerous and congested. You need to do, almost every weekend, there's a new pile in the street of debris from car crashes. And as a cyclist, it's scarier than anything. The green the green striping has helped, but now the cars just race in front of you to try and get by. The new project she's offering has either 84 or 82 units that are going to be for sale, only 30 some odd of which may be affordable, and that's less than half of what she was proposing the last time around. And the market units will be expect to sell for $1 million plus a piece. This increased density makes the plan even less compatible with the neighborhood than the earlier one, and as I noted before, will only serve to increase traffic. In that regard, the parking has been increased by 45%, which again will just add traffic to J and 28th. And the plan that she's offering today does not address the concerns that the earlier staff comments were that that the intersection at J and 28th needed to be improved with a left turn only lane, a straight through lane, and the existing right turn lane. And unfortunately, I'm sure that is not addressed at all in her new plan. Rather, the sole effort to address the J Road issues is the offer of a right-in, right-out access to the property. And I have a slide up there that shows the property in yellow with this access road to the right, or on the east side of the property. And that access road is over private property. I think Matthew Carreau will talk about this later. But more importantly, the whole east side of this property has frontage that will remain accessible to county-controlled J Road. So how the city can impose certain in and out or whatever kind of striping or whatever would be needed on county property is a question to me. And the design, can you show the second slide, please? The design of the property anticipates that the entirety of that road will be used as part of this project, even though that is not part of the applicant's property. It's not part of the annexation. And like I said, I believe Dr. Carew will testify that he's not been consulted about whether he wants to allow this access over the road on his property. So in short, at this point, I think the applicant needs to be sent a message that she has to deal with the traffic issues. That the density may be one part, but this traffic is really a big problem. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Robin. Now we have Paulina Hewitt and Daniel Banjo.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for all you do. I, too, have concerns about this development.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Oh, sorry. I'd like to start by saying I'm not anti-development, and I do believe that we need to have more housing that is affordable for middle income. However, 6 years ago, Fulton Hill Properties presented an almost identical concept to the city at this very location for 94 units. The feedback given at that time was that no more than 66 units could be considered. 6 years later, the developer has only deleted 10 units, and now they want to raise them 3 stories high versus 2 stories high. In 2017, the property was owned by the pastor of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. The developer has since purchased the land with full confidence that she can influence the city by giving her multiple exceptions if the carrot of affordable housing is offered. I'm concerned about the density of this proposal and what it is already a very complex intersection. First, let's address the safety issues. J Road is the most biked road in Boulder. There are a number of annual biking and triathlon events that use this route because of the proximity to the reservoir. As a result, there are numerous recreational cyclists, athletes, as well as regular commuters that use this stretch daily. Sadly, it also has a history of several deaths caused by vehicular impact to both pedestrians as well as bikers. The proposed site is at the intersection of two very busy two-lane roads, J and 28th Street. There's also a bus stop that blocks traffic and cyclists in the right turn lane at the intersection. On the east side of the property, there's a small private dirt road that is maintained by the neighbors who live along there. The combination of these factors create a huge safety liability during rush hour when the traffic turning in and out of this small access road is increased a minimum of 20-fold. J Road is not a walking road. There are no pedestrian sidewalks and no warning lights at the pedestrian crossings. There is no easy walkable access to shopping, parks, or schools. Public transport is very limited. This will be basically a vehicle-heavy community with no street parking allowed on J and 28th. Let's talk about the environmental impact. The majority of green space proposed borders borders J and 28th. There was a mention that you loved the green space. That green space is on two busy roads, and most of that is easement anyway. Where will children play? Is there space for community recreation? Sorry. All right, sorry.
Time's
I'll
up.
write all the rest of my stuff.
Please do. Thank you, Paulina. Last in-person speaker, Daniel Banjo.
Good evening. My name is Dan Banjo. I'm a resident at 2807 J Road. I've resided in Boulder since 2007. I moved here because I'm a cyclist. I am the guy that maintains the private dirt road with a 39 horsepower tractor. We live on 7 acres. I have sent a list of detailed concerns to the council via email. I'm not going to rehash those. Some of those were brought up by others before me. I should note that we do not oppose redevelopment of this property, nor do we oppose the city's desire and need for affordable and middle-income housing. What we're looking at here, though, is a round peg in a square hole. You've already heard all the compromises that the developers had to make to try to make this happen. Private streets, 3 stories, questionable parking, etc. That's just kind of smelling like it's not the right time or the right fit, especially given the fact that the 2025 Planning Reserve Phase 3 plan is coming before us. That has hundreds of acres under consideration for development. So if you want to put these type of properties, you have acres and acres to do it right. During the planning board's review, Mark, who I think sits on it, who is a traffic engineer, I believe, said that the city owns the rights to that intersection. So if they really wanted to put a piece of property there that had to exit 300 cars, then you'd need to put a traffic circle there or something that could safely accommodate that many people. And in fact, the day that the planning board heard this application, there was a pedestrian hit on J Road. There's been multiple cyclists killed on J Road. So we can't just jam this there and not expect that there's going to be unintended negative consequences if we don't think about doing it right. So our desire isn't to have this to be a not my backyard situation. We're looking at this as our property included being part of the planning reserve review in the coming years, which has already started. I believe they've already started the utility study for that area. So trying to railroad this through in the last minute, knowing that you can do it right and consider all aspects of safety and community involvement is just negligent. So we would simply ask that you guys wait and acknowledge their desire to do this and make it happen with the whole comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. All right, we're going to move to our virtual presenters and speakers. Our first three are Lynn Siegel, Matthew Crow, and Melissa Penn.
Well, it seems like you could do the same thing on this place as 22nd and Pearl. It's like a bedroom community, unlike 22nd and Pearl, but there could still be a real conversion from cars. There could be like a few cars that this community has to use for big trips or large trips. Why should it be any different than the place on 22 Pearl? That's in the center of town. But first of all, I say you should not be developing either of these, any of these, not the Millennium, not the Olive, not the CU South, none of this stuff until there is a jobs housing balance. We don't have it. And the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, I think, incorporates a job housing balance and infill based on that, but not just infill, because the more jobs, the more housing, the more housing, the more services, the more services, the more demand for housing. And it's a cycle of despair. And this is just too much growth. My dad moved to Boulder to get away from New York City, not to come to New York City. So why are we developing this way? Why are these kind people that are devising these developments allowed to until we have a jobs housing balance? It's very simple. Otherwise, this is just growth for the sake of growth until the whole thing collapses, because growth doesn't just pay for itself. You have to consider all the infrastructure. It's like Rock Creek built years ago. You know, they just stuck it there, and then they found out all the things that you have to do that the place needs. This place doesn't have any services, but it's going to demand plenty. Another 100 units or something loaded onto the city of Boulder. I don't know. What can you say? It's a lot of work. And why? We shouldn't be allowing people to waste their times this way. We should have jobs housing balance and then planned growth. Properly, carefully planned growth. It's not that we don't want anyone else to live here. It's that we want to know how much specifically we want to grow before this just endless stuff continues. And before CU takes over the whole place, because now they're down on the flats at the Millennium. This is just expansive.
Thank you,
growth.
Lynn. Next, we have Matthew Coreau, Melissa Penn, and Tucker Brock.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Matthew Coreau. My wife and I moved to Boulder in 2000. We lived in the city. We started a family. We moved out to 2825 J Road since 2006. We moved here for the rural feel, open space, and the proximity to the city. The developer brought essentially the same proposal in 2015 and 2016. There were significant problems with the proposal then, and those issues have not changed. There have been no real alterations in the proposal in relation to the issues brought up back in 2015 and 2016. This property borders Area 3 land that is privately owned. We do expect there'll be development in this area. This should be done in a comprehensive fashion so that the land north of US 36 is not a hodgepodge of poorly designed developments. Even Plan Boulder, in their letter dated December 6, 2022, recommends this development be part of the BVCP in 2025 so the site can be integrated into the vision for the area. Maybe the question that was asked by the city planning board should not be about density, but about land use change from public to residential. Currently, a church is on this property and it clearly serves a very important public service. Members of the planning board had reservations about this project, such as not adhering to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, being a major land use change and moving ahead needs to be in the right way. And they commented this was essentially a gated community that did not interact with the surrounding neighborhood and required cars to get back and forth. Other members were only concerned with housing and stated since they're behind the curve in housing, they need to catch up. Annexation is a discretionary act by the city, and annexation should not be taken lightly and should conform to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. Quoting the BVCP 1.17D, annexation of existing substantially developed areas will be offered in a manner and on terms and conditions that respect existing lifestyle and densities. This proposal does neither. This proposed development also goes against almost all of the BVC goals except for housing. You can look on pages 307 to 309 of the packet with the conflicts with Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. This proposed development also goes against Vision Zero goals for Boulder. The intersection of J and 28th is very dangerous. Adding over 450 automobile trips from the development will exacerbate an already dangerous corner. In summary, I feel this is not appropriate use of this site. It is the wrong density, wrong place, wrong time. Current infrastructure is not sufficient to support the proposed density. The site plan does not integrate with any surrounding public or private property. I believe rezoning this site will have a negative impact on the surrounding community and the adjacent Area 3 planning reserve. It does not conform with many policies of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. This is not an enclave of the city, and annexation is not akin to infill development in the city. Annexation of this site should be coordinated with a larger Boulder Valley Comp Plan 3 planning reserve, as the site is in a unique location surrounded by Area 3 on the northern edge of the city. The time to discuss annexation of this property and change annual land use zone is when the BVCP is updated to include Area 3 planning reserve and land surrounding this site. As has been mentioned before, the current plan calls for use of our private property for ingress and egress to this site. We will not allow use of our private property for this development. I appreciate your time. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, Matthew. I understand the next two speakers are not present, Melissa Penn and Tucker Brock, so we're going to go to Wiley Hodgson, Ernie Anderson, and then Macon Coles.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi. Well, my name is Wiley Hodgson. Our family lives at 2823 Road. We went through this process with the same developer regarding the same parcel and regarding a similarly proposed development back in 2016. Little, if anything, has changed with staff's analysis and recommendations since then, and that the proposed density of the development does not conform with the surrounding area. As this is the time to provide feedback to the developer, I do hope that the council will heed the prior and current staff's analysis and signal to the developer that the requested MXR land use and the upzoning to RMX2 is not appropriate for this site. Maximizing allowable FAR to increase the return to the developer and her investors is not reason to annex land from the county and in the process destroy an existing neighborhood and community gathering site that's currently provided by City Church. Now, it's been noted by some of the earlier speakers, this parcel is in a very unique location. 2801 J Road sits in Area 2, but is surrounded on three sides by privately held land, all within the planning reserve. During the prior application process in 2016, we learned that this parcel, despite being surrounded by the planning reserve, was designated as Area 2 only due to its designation as a public land use. So therefore, reassigning any land use or zoning first needs to consider the impacts on the planning reserve, as this parcel most likely would have been part of the reserve if it had not been for the public designation. And so the timing here is actually pretty perfect. The city has signaled that it is going to move forward with a services study as a first step opening up the planning reserve in the upcoming Boulder Valley Comp Plan update. And now from a planning perspective, it doesn't really seem to make sense to push approval of this proposed development just prior to the start of that comp plan update. Doing so will, at a minimum, end up with a poorly planned housing project that creates traffic and safety issues and lacks conformity with the surrounding area. But worst case is you've now set the precedent for what the planning reserve is going to become, and in doing so, you risk subverting the entire comp plan process. Instead, the city should take a forward-looking strategy to this proposed development by incorporating it into the broader planning process for the planning reserve and allowing the community to weigh in through the Boulder Valley Comp Plan update to help shape a development that supports the affordable housing goal without jeopardizing and detracting from equally urgent needs that include safety, transportation, and above all, climate. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Wiley. And Ernie Anderson, then Macon Coles.
Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Don't create a traffic nightmare here. At the sake of trying to create more affordable housing, let's not put the residents in a torturous situation, causing more frustration and road rage. We would hope City Council and City of Boulder Planning Department would have the wisdom to really look into the major traffic nightmare this would have with the entrance so extremely close to the intersection. This needs to be looked at hands-on, eyes-on during heavy traffic rush hours while thinking of even just adding 60 plus more vehicles trying to enter or exit this area. Say what you will, traffic will only increase in time. We've seen it. With this entrance so close to the intersection, this would not even be a good location for low-density development. At times, it's hard enough for us living in the area to get on and off of the road, on or off of J Road, let alone another 60 to 100 plus more vehicles trying to do that. A direction-controlled entrance exit, such as right in, right out, is not practical in a location with few other roads or streets in the area. This proposed density is extremely not compatible with the surrounding area. Don't create a traffic nightmare. There's enough road rage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Our last speaker for the evening is Macon Coles.
Good evening, Council. Macon Coles at 17th and Mapleton. I'm so happy about the questions that I heard from Tara and Lauren about this project at the beginning, because that's exactly the type of thinking that you should bring to a project on concept review. And it's really nice to see that. This development is giving us what we want, what we have said we want, 84 for-sale units, of which 34 are permanently affordable for-sale middle-income units. We say we want these and that we want permanently affordable units as part of the development, a part of new developments. Well, here it is. What the developer needs to hear from the council is that you will support this density with a zoning of RMX2 if the developer brings back a well-executed plan on site review. The planning board failed to wholeheartedly endorse this plan because of the complaints from adjacent neighbors about the things that adjacent wealthy homeowners always complain about in opposition to housing: the height, the density, the traffic, the parking, the compatibility with the neighborhood. Here is a quote from what one of them said at the planning board hearing, but which really deserves to be called a refrain, because we hear it in every project proposing significant affordable housing. Quote, "A great project, but not here." You should not have to do this, council, to call up every concept review, because planning board's 3 longest serving members object to any density that is not the same as adjacent neighbors. And yet that's what you have had to do here, just as you did on Waterview, on Diagonal Plaza, with Celestial Seasonings, and with Papilio. In this case, the complaining neighbors are not residents within the city. Those in single-family houses in the city on the west side of 28th Street are not here complaining. The complaining neighbors are county residents whose nearest house is more than a city block from this site. We have a very tight urban growth boundary in Boulder, and good for us. This project is within the urban growth boundary of our city, in Area 2 that we have been expecting to annex into the city for within the next 15 years, and it's been about 40 since this has been in Area 2. We cannot allow the rural residents of the county to think that compatibility with rural lots is going to limit our meeting housing needs of Boulder in the planning reserve. So let's start practicing that here by standing up for these 84 new homes. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Macon. So close the public hearing and bring back to council, maybe first with any follow-up questions. I've got one, Rachel. Matt?
I have two. Just going to return to one of my earlier questions about the referral to TAB. We heard so much tonight about cyclist safety and kind of a car-centric development being on an island. Is this not maybe one that is worth going to TAB twice for, like at the concept, so that we can maybe get some stuff earlier if relevant, is one question. And then the second is way off topic here, but I was just looking at the map and it occurred to me. I'm not a big gun person, will probably surprise no one, but this is it's about a mile away from the rifle range. I just want to know, will you hear gunshots at that distance? And should the applicant consider maybe some noise mitigation measures as part of this project, if so? Maybe I'll turn to my colleague, Matt Benjamin. Can you hear gunshots from a mile away?
Yes, depending on the caliber.
So, I think there's right now, there's nothing else built between the rifle range and where this would be going. So just what's that? Sorry, it's fine. No, not much between. So I don't think that we would want to, set people up for a lot of noise pollution if it were preventable. And I don't know if it is. Looks like maybe Brad can answer. So I don't know who can answer the TAB referral. Brad, you came closer on the gun thing, so I'm gonna give that one to you.
Hi, Brad Mueller, Director of Planning and Development Services. I am not an expert on gun noise, but we can certainly bring that to the attention of the developer, and that really does get into the final stages of design and that type of thing. And then your first question.
Well, and if I just follow up, the winds are different, but I live closer to the rifle club than this development. You do not actually hear the gunshots from that. You do from the skeet shooting at the American Legion, but not from the gun club, at least in my location. But doesn't mean we shouldn't look at it.
Well, and I don't know again if there's nothing but the gateway that's between them. I don't know how much that absorbs. I don't know.
And just to respond, unless you wanted to on TAB, we can take terms on that one. I think one of the things we recognize is TAB very quickly wants to know details about volume and geometry and other things that come with this traffic study, and we don't have that at this point. The actual entryway is fairly limited just by the nature of the site and the existing road network. We certainly can go back to them at this stage, and we will consult, of course, and have been with transportation and transit and other, and our own transportation experts, but we could certainly look at that.
That makes sense. Could we maybe just ask them, would you like to look at this? Is there any, would it be attractive to you as TAB to weigh in twice? Maybe I'll say no.
And I would just double check. I mean, we haven't gone to TAB on this, is my understanding. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can do that, right? Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Okay. Matt?
Brad. Oh, I worked those squats. Sorry. You could have moved to the back of the room and wouldn't have called on it, but you moved forward, so you knew it was going to happen. It's all good. So it's really kind of a follow-up with Rachel a little bit, and then I have a separate question. It seems like I'm hearing that there might be some conflict or reconciliation with regards to the development requiring private property access for ingress or egress, and I'm just trying to wonder where's the truth in that. I don't know, but that seems like a very obvious conflict if that's indeed true. So I just want to get some clarity on what that is and how that is or isn't impacting the plans on this.
Yeah, honestly, I made a note for myself about that too. Do we know why? And maybe the developer Shannon can explain the assertion that private roads are necessary for what I'm guessing are the street standards in this case, or a revised street standard possibly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think at this time, the questions that are being raised are a question of legal access. And so we would need to review that, carefully at the time of site review. I would say that typically when we're looking at projects that are in the county and are being proposed to be annexed, a lot of times those do have questions of legal access that we need to look carefully at when it comes in for annexation and site review. So that would most likely be the time when we'd be able to really go through those documents and determine that.
I appreciate that. I just wonder that at site review we might that might force a completely different concept. And so I wonder if there's some understanding of that before we get to that stage, so we have some sense of what our expectations are going in based on what we're looking at from concept to get to site. And if something like that becomes a non-starter or fundamentally changes the project, that becomes something that I think maybe we would like to know at an earlier stage, so we know what we're kind of getting ourselves into, more or less.
Good feedback, and we appreciate that.
My second question has to kind of do with the planning reserve and timing. I know we're doing the baseline urban studies. How far out do you think we are until we're in a process of maybe developing and starting to actually, create a housing and built environment on the planning reserve? So I'm just thinking of just timing. How far out is that? Do you envision, assuming we do our part and not bottleneck things?
Yeah, I would say it could very well be quite a ways out. I mean, even if the infrastructure study and demand studies that were a part of what's being envisioned in the short term here showed, relatively few issues, then you've got the capital planning for actual infrastructure out there, which is really the motivation for that study. And then you have private development that then comes along and says, well, we're ready to do that. That's market conditions. That's who's going to be the first one to put down infrastructure, things like that. So, I'm a little hesitant to put a year to it, but I mean, it's going to be a while, most likely.
I know you don't want to put a year because no one wants to be held to that. But we're not talking like 2 years out, but we're not talking 30.
Right. 5 to 7 to 10.
Yes, that's all I'm looking for. Yeah, appreciate it. Just not immediate.
Numbers.
Yeah,
thanks.
Because I was going to jump in and I was going to say numbers like that. So I think
great. Thanks, Brad. Appreciate it.
Sure. Nicole, Chip, and I'll call myself.
Yeah, thank you. I've just got a few questions. So some of the commenters were noting how this was the same plan that had been brought before, but I thought I heard that these units are for sale and the previous plan was for renters, or for rental. So I was just wondering if somebody could clarify that. I may have just misheard.
I did not, I was not the planner. On the previous plan, when I looked at the files, I believe the previous concept plan it was for sort of larger buildings that were more apartment style in nature. That's my recollection of what it was, so.
Okay, thank you. And then this is just a question around how we work with the county on transportation issues when developments involve both county and city roads and access to both of those. I was just wondering if you could talk through the process of that.
Yeah, for sure. This one, like many of the ones we get when it's an annexation or changes to roads that have to do with the county, typically we would refer the application to them and work with them pretty closely on a staff level to determine what their understanding of the roads are in that area, what kind of improvements we can expect. So I think in the past and going forward, we've just worked very closely with them to kind of understand and make sure we're all on the same page. So,
okay, thank you. And then the other thing I was wondering about was regarding the traffic study that I think was just recently completed in January. I think the previous one said it was completed in May, and I was just wondering about how comparable those two are. At least for me, what I perceive is that when I'm driving north on 28th around that area, it is heavier in May than in January with both bikes and cars and things. I was just wondering if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I think the study that the developer referenced from January, I don't believe that was part of our review, so I don't think we've seen it. So I think they do have their folks here if they want to address that question.
Okay. And then my other question was just to clarify the relationship with Habitat, 'cause I heard a little bit of concern that Habitat might pull out or not actually participate in building some of these affordable for sale homes. But it sounds like we have a letter of support from Habitat in with all this too. So I was just wondering if somebody could speak to what that means to have a letter of support.
Good evening, Council.
Kurt Fernhaber, Director of Housing and Human Services. So that's preliminary, just like this concept plan is. And so I know they've been having discussions with Habitat. I also know that the architect has laid out the development and the plans as such, so they would be comparable to what's being anticipated out of the modular home factory. So there's a very there's a overlap there with that approach. I can't speak for how committed Habitat is, but I know they've been in discussions with the developer on this.
Great, thank you.
Great. So I had a question, which was to what extent this development could be required to make some improvements to the 28th and J intersection. And I know generally my understanding from a legal perspective is that you could only require a developer to make changes that are required specifically because of their development and not to account for other offsite impacts. But would this potentially be a high enough level of impact that we could say, hey, you should do a raised crossing at J or some additional bike ped approaches and improvements? It's kind of a legal question.
Well, I'll give it a whirl, but I think that would be something that could be discussed with the developer, and certainly if that's something that they can do, they can agree to it. I don't know what the ramifications would be in terms of working with, like, for example, the county or whatever needs to be done there, but that certainly could be discussed at a later point.
Yeah, and I would just add to that the caveat on something like a specific improvement like pedestrian crossing, if there's not a nexus to this, to your point, then it may not be able to be required. That's when we get into the asking kind of scenario. But certainly if there are off-site impacts that can be directly attributable to that, we can do exactions of a number of things, including nearby intersection improvements, turn lanes, crossing walks.
That makes sense. So I'll get to that in my comments then. All right, well, if we're not, another question, Lauren?
As I look through this, I'm seeing that there's 176 provided parking spaces and only 120 required parking spaces. Is that correct?
So the way that the parking was shown on the plan, there was, like you said, 120, I believe, that were provided on the individual lots. And then there was about 50 that were in the proposed private streets. Typically, we wouldn't count on-street parking on our public streets toward the minimum parking requirements. But yes, you're correct that was what the calculation showed, is that it was over by 50 if you were to count up all the parking spaces that were provided.
Typically, would we require on-street parking in a project like this?
For our public streets, they're just public streets where anyone can park. So that's why we don't count the parking toward our minimum requirements generally.
Thank you.
All right. Could we get the key issues up, please, to frame our council discussion? And I'll just remind my colleagues we're not making any decisions here. We're giving feedback for the applicant that they can incorporate as they move towards site review. So open-ended comments, but with an eye towards creating a potential project that might comply with the criteria.
Let's see, and I have my slide up. I'm not sure if there needs to be a different setting. Okay, great.
Okay, I'll just read them real quick, and then we'll go through them one at a time. Well, I might combine these a little bit. But so is the proposed land use designation of mixed density residential appropriate? Is the proposed initial zoning of RMX2, residential mixed use 2, appropriate? And is the proposed conceptual plan compatible with the character of the surrounding area? And finally, feedback on any other topics in general for the development. So what we might start with is, I actually would start with number 3, if you all don't mind, because it's kind of a broader issue that can then follow from that to answer some of the other questions. So if maybe people would like to weigh in on kind of the overall compatibility of the plan. Yeah.
So this is a unique environment because it's not just what the surrounding area is per se, it's what we intend to make it with regards to Area 3. And so I see this property not just for what it is and what's currently surrounding it, but what our intent is for the 500 acres to the north and the east of it, and to some extent to the northwest. So in light of what we're likely going to be doing with Area 3, and I'm going to hold Brad to those timetables. No, I'm just kidding. He said it. He said the numbers. I think, yes, I mean, it meets not just where we're going, but our larger housing and needs. I think this does go in that direction. So I think that it definitely goes in that place.
Okay. Tara?
I mean, this is what we've been asking for. We've been asking for home ownership for middle income. We've been and for even for upper middle income, honestly. And so when somebody mentioned $1 million, well, in Boulder, that is like not a bad thing anymore. So between the middle and the upper middle, it is exciting. Not only that, it's family oriented. It's a lot of 3-bedroom units, what we've been asking for. And it has a community feel. So I don't know how popular Holiday was when the initial discussions went out, but now it's the most talked about place. Like, wow, you live in Holiday? Wow, I wish I did. Just because it's the truth. So to me, it's creating another, year 2023 or whenever it gets built, Holiday 2, so to speak, just with a few differences. So for me, it's very exciting. I had the opportunity to listen to Governor Polis' speech this weekend, and it was, I was really very excited about it. I would say inspired, which is something I'm not usually, right? So always worried about unintended consequences. But at this time, I am inspired because in this time in Colorado right now, we need desperately housing. And this seems like, I mean, to me, 28th and J, I understand what the community's coming from, but it's a really good place to start. Like Matt said, we are going to be starting to develop this area. So I have to say that, to me, this is an exciting concept.
Great, thanks. Bob?
Well, I'll just piggyback on what Matt and Tara have already said. I mean, this is exactly what we are looking for. I mean, I don't know that if we sat the 9 of us sat in a room, this is what we would create. The only complaint I heard tonight was it's in the wrong place, and I don't know what the right place is. I mean, we have a limited number of parcels of land available to us. We may have access to some of the land to the north, as Matt pointed out, in a few years, but that's going to be a few years. Probably more than 5 to 7. So this is the ideal development in every way, shape, and form, as far as open space, as far as height, as far as number of bedrooms, as far as affordability of units, affordability of both deed restricted and non-deed restricted. So this is exactly what we've been asking for. And if we turned this one down, I don't know what else could come to us that would like. So this is the right thing. I know there's concerns about impact on traffic. Those are things that I think can be addressed and looked into when we get to site review, and we can have TDM done, we can have transportation look at this. Perhaps there's some exactions, as Aaron suggested, around traffic to make sure that the impacts on the existing neighborhoods is minimized, and also the people that would live in this new development can live there. We're going to have to deal with traffic up and down 28th Street because we're talking about, this is 84 units. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of units up and down 28. So this will be the first step in what will be a multiple step process as we kind of develop this whole area over the next decade or so. So I'm very supportive of it. I have actually no negative comments to offer to the developer. I'm sorry, I wish I could offer something constructive, but they've already been said.
Thanks, Lauren. Then I'll call myself.
Thank you. Yeah, I think when we're talking about whether the conceptual plan is compatible with the character of the surrounding area, we're not only talking about like Matt said, what's there, but what's going to be there, but also how this site will be redeveloped, because it is not going to remain as it currently is. And so, you know, the different kinds of redevelopment that we could possibly see there, I think that this is more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and with the future use of this area than pretty much anything else I could imagine.
Thanks. I'll call on myself then, and generally agree with my colleagues that I think this is, you know, moving us in a positive direction. I think it's a positive development. I'll mention that when Holiday was started 20 years ago, it was at the edge of the city at the time and was surrounded by much more rural, smaller parcel, smaller building development, and so it stuck out a bit at the time, but became a very successful development. As people know, I've lived there since 2004, and is a wonderful place to live, and is, I think, has worked out with the neighbors nearby in some lower density housing, and has not, you know, there's hundreds of units in Holiday, but like Yarmouth that's right next to there still has just a modest level of traffic. So, you know, the traffic study will be important, because I think that's the one area of concern in terms of compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. But I think we'll find that the traffic study, you know, says that the roads can handle it just fine. The one thing I would say is that I would want to look at closely is the bike ped ingress and egress, because I think there are some safety concerns there. And so I really would like us to look at the possibility of making improvements to the intersection of J and 28th as part of this development to increase the ability, particularly of bikes, because once you get across that intersection, you have pretty good bike safety routes in through the rest of town. So I think if we can improve the safety going across there for the residents of this new place, but it also would benefit some of the others. But I think the residents, there's enough of a nexus, I think, to justify that. But no, I think this could be a really positive development, place to live, middle-income housing, you know, for sale housing. I think it's moving in the right direction for sure. So I'm supportive as well. Other thoughts? We don't all have to say all the words.
Are we going to go to 4?
Yeah, well, I will in just a second. So if nothing else on 3, actually, then what I would turn to is say, I just heard general support. So are we okay with 1 and 2 with the proposed land use designations and initial zoning? Okay, good. And I'll just have to say I'm a big fan of RMX2. It has that affordable housing density bonus that gets you to that kind of Holiday level of density when you have included on-site affordable, which we're always looking for, which we rarely get, but is present here in this proposal. So then what I would say is then the wrap-up would be feedback of any other kind about the development in the item number 4. So if people have any additional thoughts of changes they'd like to see or feedback, this would be your chance. Nicole.
Thank you. I just had a couple. I really loved the flexible parking spaces that could be used as other things like little patios or other kind of spaces outdoors. So that was really cool. And I would love to continue seeing that. That also made me think about some of the stuff we've been doing with thinking about streets as public spaces and parklets and all that kind of thing. So, you know, given that I hear that car traffic is one of the bigger concerns, and that intersection is also a little terrifying in a bike or a car. You know, can we think about that? Can we think about lowering some of the parking that is there, giving people the option of using even some of the streets as little, just little parklets or little spaces that they could have some extra space there, bring in, you know, some more open space and community. So anyway, just something that I think about, but I really love that idea. Really also like the idea of car shares and things like that, whatever we can do to try to minimize the number of cars that are in this space in general. And I agree with Erin about the thinking around 28th and J improvements at that intersection.
Great. Rachel?
I just formalize, I guess, my feedback that I think it would be helpful to study whether you can hear the gunshots and mitigate that noise, because I don't think we want to intentionally create like an airport situation where neighbors 15 years from now who bought a middle-income house are stuck with a lot of noise violence from a gun range. Noise pollution, not noise violence, although maybe it's the same thing.
Lauren?
I really appreciate the simple shapes that the applicant has brought forward, where each unit is identifiable, as like classic home shape. But one of the things I would be interested in having them investigate a little further is sort of future adaptability. So in the Wonderland development, for example, there was space left for front porch additions and things like that, so that the units themselves could evolve over time. And I think that something like that could be really nice for this neighborhood, to allow it to start, a little more uniform and with a simpler shape, and then allow people to sort of express their individuality through small additions. In that vein, I would love to see, sort of the ridge lines running lengthwise on the properties, so that your load-bearing walls are, you're in between the units instead of at the front and the back. And I would encourage the applicant to continue looking at that streetscape design, and to see if we can reduce the number of overall streets we have. There's just the way it's set up with the sort of main streets and alleys ends up devoting so much of the parcel to cars and car infrastructure. I understand why it is that way, but while it does hide the garage faces, it ends up with the street parking being on the other streets, that sort of every street is dominated either by garages or street parking, and instead of having like more pedestrian focused throughways. So I would encourage them to continue looking at that, to see if there are any increases we could make there, and potentially reducing the number of overall parking spaces we're providing.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I think the concept view document that we have, it's very beautiful. I've been to the Holiday neighborhood. I think it's very nice as well. Every time I go there, it feels like family, it feels like community, just driving actually in the area. It's just so nice. And another comment that I had was about the gun range Rachel just mentioned. I wonder, is that in the city or is it in the county? Do you know?
It's in the county.
Okay. Well, if it is in the county, I just want to say there is a bill going through, well, that depends. There's actually a bill going through the House by or on Rep in Boulder, Amabile. You might want to check it out, and that maybe it might answer some of your concerns. Thank you.
Great. Matt, then I'll call on myself.
Thanks, Aaron. First, I've said really like the comments from my colleagues. And this is it's nice that we're heading in a good unified direction here. So one comment I had to do with certainly was sort of following up on the J Road and 28th, mostly just because it would make some sense for us to start actually planning what that infrastructure needs to be, given what we're going to be doing on those 500 acres. So this development should kickstart that conversation, not just with regards to what this development is going to do, but that larger piece going forward. And second to that, where it comes back to parking, what we're going to be likely doing at Area 3 is going to demand a lot of mass rapid transit in order to move people around, in which case I think this development would be able to take advantage of that. And so I think we should really look at reducing the parking for what the future is going to hold for this property, not for what maybe it is today, where it's kind of in a transit island. It won't be in too many years. And so I think we can build for that future by reducing parking now, knowing that there's going to be the transit to accommodate those people getting anywhere they need. So I think we can start to build future forward in that capacity. And the other piece I'd add is we seem to be focusing so much on the affordable middle income housing. It's just as important to be talking about the missing middle housing that's going to be a part of this, because that, at the end of the day, is the biggest nut we have to crack. We have the fewest abilities to do middle income, But our greatest gap is the missing middle, which allows that greater scaffolding for people to move up the socioeconomic ladder and build that equity in our community. So it's a selling point that is just not mentioned. So I think it's important for us to actually highlight that, because that's an important piece of the remaining properties outside of the affordable middle. So appreciate that.
Thanks, Matt. And sorry. Okay, I'll just a couple of overall just additional comments. Well, in terms of going back to TAB and getting their input, in addition to some of the other transportation-related things we've been talking about, one thing I'd love to hear from them about is I saw there was a revised concept that they brought forward that had left and right turn lanes coming out of the development, and that seemed better than the right in, right out only. But I would definitely like to hear from our transportation department and TAB about that, as well as the multi-use path. Like, I really like how they've got the multi-use path coming in and then going through and then heading out to the north, because eventually there'll be a need for a non-road way to get bikes and peds to the north for future phases of development that might happen. But staff had some comments I thought were good about it being kind of right in front of somebody's door, and that maybe that's not the most effective way to get bikes through the project. So love to hear more thoughts from TAB on how that could be done in the best way possible, and our transportation folks as well. And then I want to really echo Lauren's comments about looking for ways to reduce the amount of street space, because it does have a lot of street space and a lot of parking. And if you could find some clever way to reduce both of those things, I think you could create more of the centralized open space that Tara was talking about. Because I think the concept that went to planning board is, I think it's a little light on that central usable open space. And I know the applicant was talking about the city park north of there. That park is many, many years away. I mean, possibly decades. And we don't have the funding for Valmont Park yet, and it could be 20 years easy before this new park gets built. So I think it's important to have functional open space for the people that live here, along with the families that we expect will live here, because there's family-friendly typologies in here, which I think we're all excited about. So that's kind of my fun one is better open space with hopefully some less asphalt and parking, but also love that flexible patio idea. That was really cool. Like, it was a way to make some future-proof some of the spaces that could be parking spots, but could be community or gathering spaces or individual room for individual creativity, like Lauren was talking about. That's all I got. Tara?
Well, you just said what I was going to say.
I'll beat you to it. Yeah, all good. All right. Any other final thoughts? No? Well, I guess I would, it's our habit to turn to the applicant after a concept plan and see if our feedback was clear or if you had any questions for us before we wrap up.
I think I just, hang on, let me put my video back on. I just want to express my appreciation for the thoughtful consideration. And I guess I would say I didn't expect to be encouraged tonight. But I am, and so I'm appreciative, and we took notes. So we'll try to work on the plan and see if we can come forward with something that incorporates these comments.
Very good. Thanks so much for your listening and attentiveness. All right. Any other final thoughts on this? Are we done? Okay, very good. Shannon, thanks so much. And Brad and Kurt already headed out, so, and appreciate the feedback from the community as well. That's our last agenda item. Any final thoughts before we wrap up for the night? Seeing none, I'll gavel is closed at 10:08 p.m.
You did it again.